Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. I'm Atlas, joined by Orcs today, the AA duo, if you will. And it is time for us to see whether we can make it to 6 once again. And the stakes are pretty high on that front. It's going to be a potentially, I feel like 5 is pretty gambleable. 6 is a toughie.
I think it's, for me, I've been wrong before. Like yesterday when I thought it'd be a 4-gamer, but it was a 6-gamer. But I think today seems like a firm 5-gamer. We have a matchup where perhaps one team a little bit stronger than the other in the latest, in the later half of the day. But right now we are looking at 2 teams. Well, I don't know. I don't think anyone really knows what we're gonna get from these 2 teams. But I think it's gonna be a little bit messy, but it's gonna be some good, honest League of Legends.
Yeah, good, honest fun. Maybe something like that. Not entirely sure what to expect. We're, of course, talking about our first matchup, which is going to be BNK FearX taking on D+ Kia. You can see here, relatively close in the standings. They also share the same colorway when it comes to their logos, and that might mean something. Not entirely sure what, but if BNK FearX actually take down DK here today, they'll even out the scoreline, at least in matches, against DK, which is kind of crazy. Would also mean that KT is kind of in the lead against both of those teams. Of course, difficult matchup for KT coming up this week, but still, anything could happen when it comes to the final spot in the potential Legend group coming up.
That's why this is just such an important matchup, because these two teams are so close in the standing. A win for one, a loss for the other, really slingshots things heavily.
Oh, yeah.
That middle of the pack, from 2nd to 9th, okay, I'm exaggerating a bit, but that middle of the pack from 4th to 7th, really messy, really muddled, and we need teams to get wins in series like this to distinguish themselves, to pull apart. And yes, D+ did break their loss streak against DRX, but to have gone on a 6-loss streak, the longest we've seen this organization ever go on, was pretty rough.
Yeah, and now, as you can see, a difficult road ahead here for BNK FearX. They've got T1 coming up immediately after DK next week, as well as KT. I mean, it is a tough road. They have, the DNF breather, but then straight back into the furnace with Hanwha Life Esports. We'll see where they're going to be at. Of course, speaking of DNF, Hanwha Life Esports going to be facing them at the end of this week as well. But this is where a lot of the pain is coming from on both sides of the rift. And I hate saying it, I'm a huge Showmaker fan, but this guy really has not been performing up to a standard that he set for himself over so many years.
Yep, and we've seen varying forms of Showmaker, but in the LCK Cup he looked to be in fantastic form, and it's a bit of a shame that he hasn't been able to replicate that during the LCK regular season so far. Dickler, bit hit or miss, and in the most recent series it was definitely a miss in terms of his performance on things like the Annie, so hopefully we'll look to utilize things like that Rise he's had a big win streak on and find an advantage here.
Yep, you can see Showmaker walking in with a glowy fan, which is kind of cool. Not entirely sure. Actually, it's not even a fan. It's just a light bulb thing. That's a bit of fun. Some fist bumps across the board, though. No one really getting an edge as far as that is concerned. As Kellen trying to figure out exactly where he wants to stand in the support position seems to be where he's decided to go with. As of course, Kellen, the previous support for D+ Kia, the guy has played on quite a few teams. Beryl replacing him to try and bring DK back to their former glory hasn't necessarily been a success just yet. And in fact, Beryl has been another one of these negatives, you could say, which I find difficult to say, being Beryl's biggest fan. But he certainly hasn't been having the best of games more recently.
Yeah, I mean, I think looking at D+, I think it's those two really who have been having the bigger underperformances, so if they can step up could be big. But I think for BNK FearX, it's been a little bit varied. I think mid lane has been one of the weaker spots overall. Second in solo kills, kind of crazy for Vikla.
Yeah, second only to Zeka, I believe, who is currently sitting on 12, based on what we saw in the stats yesterday.
Perhaps.
That might be right, it might be wrong, but we'll just see. As of course, Showmaker can confirm he was walking out with a DK official light stick, which hopefully a bunch of people will have in the audience. I did
see some people in the audience with it. So.
Yeah, I'm having a look now, and I can't see any as of yet. I can see one. There it is. That's actually super duper cool.
There's at least one.
Yep. And there's at least one on the team at this point in time as well. So
yeah, why did
we're evening it out? I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe he was the only one that wanted to bring it out. And the rest of them were just like, nah, I'd just prefer to focus on the League of Legends, please.
Maybe they thought this is going to help, Showmaker's had some struggles recently. They're like, he needs the light stick,
Maybe.
It's going to bring him some extra power. It's like when you get an item in League of Legends, it makes you stronger. He has an item.
What are the stats on a DK Lightstick?
That's something we'll have to find out. We'll have to judge based on this series.
Ooh, that's a good one. Do you have the calculations done? Well, I guess we'll have to figure out which champion he's going to be playing to see whether things are doing a little bit more damage.
And we will have to do math on stream, I'm sorry to say.
That is a lot of math on stream, because also we're not going to see damage numbers. We're just going to see how much health bar go down. So there's going to be estimating.
Yeah.
A lot of estimating.
Yeah, a lot of estimating. Judging the vibes, I think, is
God, no.
very precise art.
Just aura assessment. That's all we're doing.
Yes.
I don't know whether
maybe
I really
it does give an aura bonus, you know? Maybe,
maybe that's all it is. We'll see whether he's playing with a bit more pizzazz. Maybe we don't have to do math on stream. We just have to see how well he saunters.
I think it's pretty clear. If Showmaker plays well, if D+ win, it worked.
Yeah.
And I will be very disappointed if next series he doesn't have it.
Yeah, that'd be like Michael's secret stuff, you know, from Space Jam, where, you know, they need it.
Yeah.
And it's actually just a placebo. It's a very powerful effect. Us human beings are very strange creatures. But that's a big grin on Kellen's face. We saw Beryl there as well. He was not grinning in the same way. And I think DK certainly have higher expectations for themselves than what they've been showing us more recently. I'm looking forward to seeing whether they can bring the 2-0 week to a close with a clean victory here, or whether it's going to be more woes. I have a feeling the second option's probably more likely.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is that even if they win this series against BFX, yeah, I feel like it has to be more than just a win, right? It needs to be a show of form that they're really demonstrating that they're trying to, because the expectation was they would be in the Legend Group. I don't know if that's a firm thing anymore. It definitely doesn't feel like it.
No.
But whether or not they make it into a Legend Group is kind of second to the fact of if they make it into the Legend Group in this form, not going to be a fun time.
No, and that's the thing, because you kind of want to be in the Legend Group, make sure that you've got the, you know, the best matches possible, best practice possible on stage. But then if you just get crushed over and over again, maybe you're not feeling so good about it. And honestly, if DK made it into the Rise group, they would just win all the time. They're so good at punching down. We'll see whether that is going to remain the case here, as it doesn't even necessarily feel like punching down, given the fact that these two teams are only one match apart. Here is Champion Select, though, and the Kalista already banned away, as well as the Vi. Pretty regular one there, as there goes the Azir. Taliyah first pick, certainly on the cards, but Xin Zhao needs to be banned as well. These are the two that should be permanently banned. We did see Ona play it yesterday, but I think that that was just an egregious bro mistake.
Yeah, they do match the Xin Zhao ban with the Pantheon.
Interesting.
I'd say the highest prio junglers at the moment. I think I like the Azir ban, especially as a comfort pick for Vikla, and again, he's looked a little bit hit or miss in some of the champions, so denying that from him. No top laners banned yet. So still Gwen available, Jace available, Rumble available. They do ban away that Gwen. We'll see if they look to prioritize an early... I mean, it could be something like a Neferi first pick with the 3 jungle bans so far. You could go towards...
I also
laner instead, but I guess they're just happy trading those.
I feel like Rumble is very high priority at the moment. That's sort of how it feels to me. The Fury for Lucid certainly feels like a good choice. He had a great game on it last time around. In fact, it was their most recent game. But still, this is leaving so much on the table. You can lock like Rumble Taliyah if you'd like to, which is a whole lot of power. Clear obviously going to pick up the Rumble. He's been fantastic on it so far this year. And yeah, Rumble Taliyah, it's just, let's go to the top of the tier list. The Taliyah is a bit of a problem though, because Rise, decent matchup into the Taliyah, and Showmaker and Vikla both really love the champion. So I was wondering whether there was going to be a little bit of a trade back and forth as far as that is concerned. Rumble definitely a big one though.
It does also make it a little bit telegraphed, because you have AP mid and top lane, 380 junglers, the highest prior ones already banned. I feel like you're kind of leaning in, and one picked away as well with the Neferi, so I feel like it's probably going to be like a Wukong coming out from the side of BFX if I had to guess based on what we've seen so far. But you definitely want a bit of AD coming from that jungle. Ahri going to come through. We've seen the Ahri Taliyah matchup very often at times. Very often.
I don't know whether it's necessary. Is it a winning matchup for the Ahri though, is what it feels like? Like, we see it picked so many times, but I don't know whether it actually has a winning matchup so far in the LCK.
Yeah, I don't think it's clear cut, but I think you're happy to play the matchup because you can kind of skirt around the Unraveled Dirt.
Yeah. We've mentioned it before. I just like, how correct actually is it? Is what I'm kind of wondering.
I don't think it's as clear cut. Something that isn't clear cut is the strength of Ambessa, because 25.7 win percentage. I feel like this is very unique to Shiwu that he's willing to pick this up into the Rumble. A lot of players probably would have just gone for the Jace. And to no real surprise, we'll see the Wukong come through. Definitely the highest prio 80 jungler that was left available, but does pair pretty well with the Rumble in particular with that ultimate power.
Yeah, this feels like a very powerful topside for BNK FearX, and you can see there are no 80 carries outside of the Kalista that have been banned away so far, so getting your hands on something with a bit of utility to help out the heavy amount of damage they already have is going to be pretty comfortable here, unless Diablo wants to play something a little more hyper carry, which we kind of know him for so far in the LCK.
So denying the MF, which is one of the signature picks, I'd say, at the moment of aiming. D+, going for the Rakan ban, which is fair enough. I think they'd probably ban Alistar on 5. We've seen that so often now, is the blue side ban Alistar in the second rotation. I'm wondering if they look to ban something like, I would have said the Xayah, but they just banned Rakan themselves. The Ezreal, I think, could be a good ban. You know, if you play Wukong Rumble,
yeah,
I think that's safety, the Arcane Shift, and it is a pick that aiming definitely has a lot of experience on, so I think that could be a good ban. They ban the Alistar.
That's kind of crazy.
I do not...
Kellen probably just wants counterpick.
I don't agree with that, though. I really don't agree with that. Like, I understand want to counterpick, but we've seen... I mean, it's one of Kellen's best champions. You have the opportunity to take it on 4. I'm not sure there's anything Beryl can really do to make it that uncomfortable to play into. And you're just giving a free ban to D+. They had to ban Alistar, I feel, in this second rotation. And now they've just got the freedom to go, hey, we'll get rid of the Poppy. Poppy Talia would have been a super strong combo.
Yeah, it's actually pretty handy that the Poppy is going to be banned away. Diablo going to pick away the Ezreal. Of course, Aiming has been very vocal about the fact that it is one of his favorite champions.
I think the pick away makes sense, given that they have banned the Alistar, which, you know, obviously I didn't agree with, but given that they have banned it, I think picking away the Ezreal instead does make sense. Does give a good amount of safety, hard to land, you know, like the public execution from the Ambassador or even charms onto this Ezreal, a lot of safety there. And we'll see what Aiming goes for. You know, immediately look at this composition from BNK FearX. I'd want safety. The Xayah Rakan is not an option, but I feel like you could lean into the Xayah regardless. You could also play like the Varus is open and just play at a distance, play at a range. We've seen Varus do pretty well.
Yep, Varus or Jhin kind of fit that role.
Lucian does have that bit of mobility, but is shorter range. Playing into like Talia, Wukong, Rumble. It's not unplayable, definitely playable, just, you know, a bit of a taller ask, I would say.
And it all depends on what Beryl's going to be playing as well.
I don't want to see a Nami pick up. The Lucian Nami just doesn't inspire as much joy as it used to.
And what we saw yesterday, I would just prefer to forget. That involved the Lucian Nami, so hopefully it's going to be something else. The Braum is the consideration at the moment here for Beryl. We've seen Braum have so much success. But now, picking it face up, there is the possibility that Kellen just karmas it, you know?
Yeah, I think karma would be pretty good here. You have the Wukong you can speed up. You have ways to start a fight without necessarily having engaged support. Gives you a really strong laning phase, kind of makes the Braum difficult. And also, the engage options from D+ aren't that fantastic with that Braum support, so you can just kind of speed away from a lot of the threats.
And you have a lot of range anyway, because DK don't have any range themselves. Even the Equalizer can work as like pseudo-engage or even poke for this particular team. Just because otherwise it's Showmaker fishing for charms. You know, it's the culling from Aiming, but outside of that, not really too much else to get anything going here on the side of D+. So the Nico going to be locked in, sort of a middle ground, not necessarily full Enchanter, but not quite, you know, the Karma as well. So it's going to give you a fair bit of power. It's
been super popular right now because it has that range to harass and lane that can punish something like a Braum, but it still provides that engage option that you want later on. I think, you know, it makes sense considering how BNK FearX like to play. They do want Kellen on something that can provide that engage rather than the Karma, which is that more utility protective pick. But overall, I mean, I think BNK FearX come out pretty happy with how the draft has panned out. I think for D+, some of it is leaning a bit more into comfort, like the Ambessa, but I think for a different team than D+, I'd feel a lot worse about this draft.
Yep.
I think it's still playable for them, but I think, you know, maybe some difficulties they might have as the game goes on.
Yeah, and I feel like every time I see Neferi first pick, a Nexus explodes on that side of the rift. Is kind of how it works. It's not been a very successful, just blind, straight out of the gate option, and a lot of our teams still feel like Neferi is that powerful. It is going to be the hot dog skin, so that's certainly a lot of fun, but I'm not sure whether this is necessarily a winning look for DK, as BNK FearX wanting to try and get back on the horse, move closer and closer to the western side of the standings. Let's get into it. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Onto the Rift for the first game of our first series. DK versus B&K. We feel like B&K have a decent looking draft, but honestly, there's quite a few teams here in the LCK where draft barely matters.
Yeah. And
DK is certainly one of those teams. It's them and KT leading the charge when it comes to not being able to predict what the heck's going to go on. And if we learnt anything earlier on this week with the Nongshim versus B&K series, another team that we just can't really predict.
It's getting tricky, you know, these predictions.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to figure out where teams sort of lie. Current form is such a fluid thing. Indeed. I feel like that will change even
mid-series.
Mid-series, mid-game, you know? It feels like... yeah, I think in this one, should expect to have priority in this bot lane with the Ezreal and Nico. There is like windows where if the Nico overextends, you land the concussive blows, you can punish. So Diablo and Callan need to be on good form here. Yep. But overall, I think in terms of early prio, B&K Furex pretty happy in all three lanes. And considering how much I feel like D+ has relied on Lucid when he's had his good performances, might be a hard one for him really to have that impact.
Yeah, right now you can see Diablo and Kellen utilizing that range advantage that we knew they had pretty effectively. But it looks like aiming's not going to miss out on too much. Ardent Blaze first does certainly help you farm from range a little bit more comfortably. As we can see here, it's aiming's first game on the Lucian, which is kind of nutty. The third for Beryl, though, whose Braum has not really been hitting the mark so far this season.
Yeah. I do remember, though, aiming had some fantastic, I think, was it last year or the year before? But had some fantastic
the year before games. Last.
Yeah, in playoffs in particular. It's having a lot of impact. 6 wins in a row on the current patch.
And almost all of them. I think this is why we were getting that vibe that perhaps the RE isn't the answer, because most of the time, the RE is the response into the Talia.
Well, there was sometimes it was the Azir was picked and then the Talia answered.
That's true. That would also be good.
That did not go well for the Azir.
Indeed.
But I think what's telling is sometimes we see those, this is how much of a win or loss streak a champion is on. And sometimes it's like, well, you look at the teams, it's like, well, you know, if it's just weak teams who are on the low end of the standings, like how seriously can you take it, and vice versa. If it's just the strong teams, like, you can definitely, there's still value to it. You're like, well, you know, the strong teams are prioritizing it. But when you look at the teams who had those wins, there were some weaker end teams who were getting on part of that win streak with the Talia. So I think just showing the value this pick has had, especially considering pairs very well with these AD junglers who have setup like the Zinzao, like the Pantheon. Obviously you don't have that here, but Wukong Talia, still a good amount of setup after 6 if you get that Cyclone off to follow up with the Seismic Shove.
That was pretty cute there. You just saw aiming able to use the double tap, the Light Slinger, in order to take down the ward, so he didn't even need to sweep it. Bit of value there. You like seeing a little bit of extra value.
He is the Gold King. He does love value.
Indeed. As Pop Blossom, sorry, not Pop Blossom, the Blooming Burst not going to quite find any kills, but does frustratingly stop the back. Is Beryl going to have to stick around here? Diablo and Kellen just going to continue to shove in. And as you can see, 200 gold is the approximate lead, just for some better laning on the side of B&K, and that actually stems towards the top side of the map as well. Shu not exactly having the greatest time, but that wave seems to be shoving towards him, so maybe he is just going to be able to equalize it. Nice little shove back there onto Showmaker as Vikla demonstrating that this Talia is having a pretty good time in this lane. And Shu now, as we mentioned, is actually just going to be able to tidy this up. So it looks like it's only going to be 3 CS in it as far as these top laners. That's not really too much to scoff at all.
Yeah, I think top and bot both handling things pretty okay, considering the disadvantageous matchup. Aiming even went for that early reset just so he could pick up the double longsword. Get back to lane, hasn't missed out on too much. Difficult to find a window like that when you don't have prio, but it also means that now Beryl can get his reset in. He was pretty low on health and had no health potions left, so I think they're managing pretty okay so far.
Yeah, not doing too bad. Dragon going to be coming up pretty soon, 3 minutes until the grubs. And it's going to be a Chemtech, so no Chemtech Soul, you're off the hook here, Orcs, to start us off.
I'm always most focused at the start of the day.
Yeah, that's true. It does teeter off towards the end.
Yeah.
See how that goes. As Vikla not going to be able to find that shove, but still able to push this wave in very comfortably. Raptor moving on over towards this dragon, and with control vision being solely there for BNK FearX, looks like this is going to be something that he's going to be able to take unhindered, especially with the information that Lucid is towards the top side. Ward does go down, so at least information is going to be there.
Oh, Showmaker's just hit 6.
Yeah, and is actually going to land the charm there as well. So Vikla going to get electrocuted. I don't know whether the doggo going to quite get in here in time. Down to 21 health, but of course, no one there to contest. As now Raptor does get daggered momentarily. There's the flash over from Beryl. Doesn't quite find the Q flash though.
I thought Raptor might have to flash there initially. He decided to go for the W instead, which is a little bit shorter. So you saw how he couldn't just flash straight over the wall. Had to like move a little bit closer to Lucid first. But you're more than happy with that, right? The heal is committed from Kellen just to ensure safety, but getting Beryl's flash, getting the dragon, and wasting the time of D+. You know, I think some teams might have just seen that situation and gone, you know what? We're not going to be able to contest in time. They have prior bot lane. Let's just leave. But I think the level 6 of Showmaker really inspired them to look for that play, and then they didn't find anything from it. So good early start for BNK FearX.
Yep, able to play to their tempo pretty nicely in this early stage. Teleport in from Clear towards that top side, as we can see. Kind of giving away the location of that ward a little bit as he comes out of the brush. Shio, though, pretty comfortably just farming things up. He's got a core fields of his own. And Clear going a little defensively in the boot choices. Somewhere Huni is upset. But he hasn't spoken to me about, you know, Rumble tech more recently. So maybe, you know, this is something he's spoken to Clear about. Maybe the Sork shoes aren't the way anymore, Orcs. No,
that's heresy.
Not true.
I can't believe you'd say that.
Yeah, it's actually weird. It feels strange coming out of my mouth, I'm not going to lie.
Huni he's a simple man. He just wants damage, you know?
Yep. Do steel caps do more damage? No.
Nope.
They do not. So it's not the right choice. As Diablo and Kellen probably just going to go back. Looks like this wave going to be shoved in. Possibly a little bit of a relocation towards the top side of the map, as there are 35 seconds until those Void Grubs will spawn.
And I think overall, D+ pretty happy with how things have played out. You know, bot lane, top lane, both very stable, all things considered. These are lanes that I think you could see a lot more pressure applied than we got, and I think it was mostly D+ just navigating it well defensively. Sop is going to come in, but you can see on the minimap, D+'s bot lane isn't too far behind.
Yep.
So it should be a match on the top side for these grubs. And ultimately, expect if there's a contest to come out, it will be pretty explosive, right? You have things like the Equalizer, the Cyclone, a lot of immediate power from BNK FearX, but if you start to get kills, you get the reset potential for both Lucid and Showmaker's ult. So that initial part of the fight is going to be really important here.
Yep. Clear has found Shio as well. He's looking to try and push this Rumble away. Equalizer in range of anyone right now. As the Winter's Bite is going to connect. There is the culling onto Kellen. He's taking a fair bit of damage. The flash does come through as Clear finally throws down that Equalizer. Not exactly doing too much, splitting up the fight here, but DK just biding their time. Shape Splitter comes on through as now Showmaker looking for that engage angle. Finds the charm as there's the public execution. Shio, though, getting a bit of a shield back, but still in trouble. He's going to have to flash away. And now it's Lucid that's going to have to try and get out of here. He flashes, uses absolutely everything. And Beryl, I don't think he's going to quite be able to hold the door enough, as there is First Blood going over to the Rumble.
And a lot of patience from BNK FearX. You know, D+ trying to find that initial kill, not able to connect on the right targets. The resets don't come through. And in the end, the flashless Beryl is the one left as a sacrifice for BNK FearX. It's only one kill, but the 3 grubs in pocket, they're more than happy.
Yeah, this is the thing. DK were fighting over a lost battle and not actually able to get anything in response. So that's going to be gold advantage over to BNK. We're going to check it out one more time.
So there's pressure put down on a Kellen with a call-in. And then there's this follow-up, and it's a great flash from Kellen to avoid the charm. If that connects, could be a completely different story. The Equalizer on the Unraveled Earth forces them back, chunks them out, and then they're waiting patiently. They look again here. Diablo manages to shift away. Clear is connected onto, but the follow-up isn't quite there. You know, they're scared of the Wukong with the ult. Raptor gets a good amount of value here. And then it's just a bunch of Summoner's Burn to disengage in the situation, but Beryl doesn't have one left available. And you kind of see, you know, that talking point of the momentum where getting that initial kill on a Kellen who's already low, I think that fight plays out completely differently.
Yeah, I would agree. But as it stands, BNK in a very good position. 800 gold in the lead.
And now actually, so if you look at the Summoners, the only flash burn was Kellen's. So many Summoners burn on the side of D+, their entire top side. Dragon's up in 30 seconds. Kellen is level 6 with that Pop Blossom available. you really do not want to give away the first 3 objectives of the game. D+ might struggle to find an opportunity to fight this. It's up in 20 seconds. You can see Lucid is recalling now.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that they also have the 3 grubs, right? So BNK, if they can put on some extra pressure into these side lanes, they can threaten feats of strength pretty comfortably. That first turret blood, bit of extra money as well. This snowball is gonna start a rolling.
Yeah.
If they can keep this up. Of course, they need to keep it up.
I think often as well, we've seen like Aries, maybe with like being able to pick up like the Malignance early in the early fights and get so much value with that, the flat magic resist, shred, and also the burn. But because that first dragon was so early, Showmaker not getting an influx of gold from kills or anything, he doesn't have the Malignance. No one has a 1-item spike yet. And I think that's actually pretty good for BNK FairX. You know, typically Talia not getting much value out of that first item because you are going for the Archangels, takes time to stack up. So I think this is really prime opportunity for BNK FairX, and we'll see Lucid no flash, but is hovering around like he wants to try and, at minimum, steal away this dragon.
Yeah, he's going to get spotted here by Kellen. Throws out some good old daggers. You can see the vision here is decent for DK. Same can be said for BNK, but Showmaker, with that Spirit Rush at the ready, Beryl loping his way over. That is a charm going to miss, but still a lot of damage onto Raptor. Back towards the dragon now as Lucid. Don't think he's getting in there, and he isn't going to be able to lock that one down. Hextech Soul this game is kind of nutty. It's a lot of extra power as now Diablo, bit of a late arcane shift, would have been able to buffer with it, but not going to get hit by the charm anyway. So DK, not really, it's not feeling that great, right? It feels like they're behind a lot of these plays and are half-hearted in their attempts to try and salvage them even when it starts happening, right?
I mean, it's been great setup from BNK FairX. They've been rewarded, but also when the first dragons are Chemtech Ocean, you expect a good soul, right?
Yeah,
you're pretty much guaranteed a good soul. Obviously, Hextech is one of the better rewards, but they've just played this early game out so well. And I think a big thing on top of this is Beryl and the Braum. You know, you said he's been having struggles. I don't think it's because Beryl can't play Braum. I think it's because this D+ lineup has been doing best when Beryl is often leading the charge. I mean, sometimes it is to their demise, but...
yeah, at least he's doing stuff.
Yeah, and I think here we've seen a lot of watching and waiting from D+. It's been Showmaker trying to lead the charge with the charms, but a lot of hard targets to connect with. You know, Wukong, Nico, Ezreal, none of these are easy to connect that CC onto, all having a way to kind of avoid it. And it's only 1,000 gold lead. Those early objectives really pushing things in favor of BNK FairX. We do see the first items come out for the mid laners though. That Malignant Spike for the Ahri is big. We'll see if, when the Herald comes up, they're able to maybe get a little bit of value out of that.
Yeah, there's also the Eclipse done here for Shiv, so if they're able to fight before Clear goes back and completes his Leandros, which I assume he's sitting on, as he hasn't been back for a while, 600 gold in the lead over his counterpart, so that should be there.
Yeah, I think he'll probably be able to have that. I think this is a window where... oh, Shiv?
Well, that's a cute little ward. Not sure why it's there, but he's going to put it down. Now going to have to dance out of these rocks. Kellen moving on in. There's a Pop Blossom. And Shiu just going to dash out of the way of it. That's kind of crazy. Yeah. Utilizing the ult, but not really going to be able to find anything for that.
Yeah, it's one of those things where the ult, it looks like, well, you can't dash if there's no target, but you get a brief CC immunity when you cast it. So use that to try and avoid the ult. And then it also gives you a proc your passive to get a dash. So even though it's not like a Yone where you can just ult into the void and get away. It still has function for you to escape, and she was playing that one well, especially since TP was actually committed there as well. This wasn't just a half-hearted effort. This was a full commit from BNK FairX. They didn't find it, and it gives a little bit of alone time in the top lane to Showmaker.
Yep, so he's able to get a bit of damage down there. Of course, would have liked a grub or two to help him out, but not going to be working out here. Is aiming at 50%, but they're just looking to kill Diablo. Let's see whether they can take him down as, yeah, he's dead. That's aiming, locking down that kill. The Gold King going to pick that one up. That's going to even things out kills-wise. Might help DK get back on the horse.
So this is an example where playing towards, you know, a pocket of vision, an area where you think you're safe, really backfires. Because Diablo, it looked from our perspective so questionable that he was leaning towards where everyone was in that brush. But Kellen was there. Kellen had a control ward down. And I think that gave him a false sense of security. You know, didn't have the full scope of vision you really need to be safe. And also playing Ezreal, you're in the mindset that you're probably safe in a lot of situations. And both Summoner's Burn on this Ezreal, a pretty big boon for D+. With the Herald up, I think they can play for this.
Yep, they're going for it. You can see Lucid already starting this one up. Raptor trying to get in there and stop the rest of the team from backing up this Nefiri. Beryl shows them the door, gets the heal out, and True Shot Barrage going to finish him off. Really nice aim there from Diablo. As BNK realizing with the man advantage, they should be able to take this, and it's so sad here for Lucid. Still he's able to lock it down, but that eye is just going to look around for a while and disappear. So no Shelly this game. So sad.
Yeah, unfortunate one there, 4D+. You know, the smite's good from Lucid, but they lose the blue buff for it. They're losing control. Maybe even threat of a This is a hard dive to pull off. Yeah, the waves just got deleted. Oh, they're still going.
Yep, there's the Pop Blossom to come in, but it's going to hit absolutely no one. Kellen goes down first there as the second kill comes in for DK. And, yeah.
Without the wave, extremely hard, but specifically into an Ahri Nefiri.
Yeah, hitting like Nefiri Ahri with a Pop Blossom when they're very aware of what's happening is a tall order.
Yeah. In fairness, you know, and this isn't cope, they did get the flash from Showmaker, and I don't think it's that big of a deal that Kellen dies in this situation. But yeah, definitely an ambitious play that does end up backfiring. But you know, I don't think the cost is too high in this situation, and I always feel like in these neutral states where there's no objective on the cards, you're kind of looking, what can we get out of this? You know, like Showmaker has no ult right now, no flash, and Dragon is coming up.
DK thinking that maybe clear is going to be their option, as Flash does have to come out from the Rumble.
Good pick up there.
Yeah, avoids the concussive blows. Like you were talking about, the Dragon has just come up. The first Hex Tech Drake, a big thing to fight for, especially if you're BNK, wanting to take away the Soul Point. Be very, very powerful. Lucid flying in there. But is going to get caught by the Tangle Barbs. Beryl following after Raptor here.
You can see the determination from D+ to get control of this area.
Yeah.
To ensure that they're the ones who can get this Dragon. Showmaker's ult is back up and available. Kellen's closing in. Do you get a recall coming out from Vikla? They have lost control of the area, but I have no doubt they'll look to try and push in again and regain control here.
Yeah,
D+ unwilling to start the Dragon.
They're trying to. Kellen, Shape Splitter is going to absorb a lot of the culling here as aiming doesn't find a lot of value. And Shield towards that top side, if he's facing off against Vikla, is a pretty comfortable way of interrupting, as that is an ulti forward here from Showmaker, and Clear, remember, doesn't have the flash, and so he's going to be taken down. Lucid now able to flash away, but the flash to follow there from Kellen is so good. Still, it's not enough. Lucid just dashes away, and down goes the Wukong. Shield comes in from Lucid, and he's over the wall yet again. It's a decent seismic shove there, but Vikla is going to get stunned up by Beryl, and that's just a fake Nico, because Lucid just comes back in, gets back into it, and dies. It's not exactly great. Seismic Shove almost gets a double there for Vikla, but in the end, DK do find the victory. But BNK FearX, they actually managed to get the feats of strength, which is a big deal.
Yeah, this is, you know, on paper, favored towards D+ in terms of you got those 3 kills. Great setup coming out from Showmaker, punishing the lack of flash on Clear, and Lucid gets a big influx of gold. But Lucid dying last does have consequences when the Dragon's up. We'll see this. Great setup from Showmaker here. Clear ends up overheating before he can use the equalizer. I think it was the wrong call. I think just throw the equalizer down initially. And then the value Beryl gets, holding the door here, getting the passive procs, keeping Lucid alive. Unfortunately, he does end up going down here. I think maybe the wrong decision to jump back over the wall in this situation.
Yeah. Quite need to do that.
Yeah, giving that one over. Vikla does end up going down. Beryl does survive. But looks like D+ were able to get back in time and get control of the Dragon, so that's big. Hard to say what was going to happen with Lucid's death being so late, but BNK FearX not opting into it. And D+, you know, the kills in favor of them, the fact they secure the Dragon in the back end, definitely good for them in this game.
Yeah, feels like it holds it a little bit more equal, rather than giving them a big advantage, especially with this tower falling down towards the top side of the map shrinking here for DK. And the more control you have of that, the better things are going to be for BNK moving towards the next Dragons that are going to be coming up. So could be a tall order to lock down the second Hextech Dragon, but this first one, the fact that they get it, very, very important. Would have been far more dire if that had have gone over to BNK.
Yep. I think the thing is, it puts the game in a position where now Adakan and Baron are relevant before Soul is, which is, you know, if you're the team who only has...
Oh dear. Kellen going to get stunned up. There is the ulti from Beryl just to make sure of it. Down he will go. Diablo going to get attacked here by Lucid once more. The ulti flies forward, but still
finding these picks onto BNK FearX. You know, we've seen it work in that bot side play where Lucid got all those kills. We've seen Diablo be punished before. We see Kellen punished there. This game that was firmly in BNK4X's favor in the early game, starting to fall away from them in the mid game here.
Yeah. Let's see. This is all about BNK tidying it up, right? That's what we want to see. After, you know, their troubled performance against Nongshim, where it felt like at so many times they looked like the better team on the day, unfortunately weren't able to actually come out with the victory. I always have to check the standings, honestly, like to see who actually won that series. Having watched it,
yeah.
You know how there's a lot of series where you're like, you remember back to watching it and you know the result, right? That's often how it is. Whereas that series, I think about the games and I'm like, who won in the end?
Yeah, there was no real winner. There was one team who got points on the board, but no one really won that series. Definitely a rough one, but right now, I mean, that's why this game feels a little bit frustrating for BNK4X, because they did so much that was going so right, so effectively in the early game, and now they've kind of hit the point where it's getting a little bit messy. I will say, though, you look at some of the item spikes coming through, 2 items kind of across the board for everyone apart from Kellen. And these are some big spikes, right? The Triforce and the Manamune for Diablo, the Leandries for Vikla, really nice to pick up, and they're closing in on their Zhonyas. They are a little bit ahead of the curve right now based on items. I do think we're going to see D+ picking up some in return just to match that.
Yeah, we'll see what Showmaker can put together when he goes back. Looking for that Leandries, obviously, but if he can afford it or not, that's going to be a big deal. 2 minutes until the next Dragon, so I guess there's some time. Articon's up and available. Not something that either of these teams want to be fighting for right now, but still a jostling for position. Shu moving down towards his bottom side. And Clear, I think, will head down to match him. So, really too much to report as far as this mid-game is concerned. Outside of these turrets, taking a bit of damage. Shu going to come on over. Looks like the Rumble going to get here a little bit late. Unless he equalizes, there's a chance that Shu takes it down, but instead, just respects. As Clear moves over,
that's
we'll be able to clear this one out.
That's grub diff, you know. Maybe a grub or two for D+, and the tower would have gone down.
Yeah, I think I'm like seeing these towers be attacked and assuming grubs.
Yeah.
Should never assume the grubs. It's not the way to do it.
I think a lot of teams in the LCK have assumed grubs to the downfall at times.
Well, grubs are still a confusing thing, you know, new stuff. It's a tough one. As Diablo, not going to be too worried about Barrel here, as Lucid just bounding around in the river.
I mean, you think about how long it took teams to learn that they don't have to fight every Rift Herald. And, you know, some still haven't learned that.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You're telling me that they've learned?
Some teams.
Yes.
Some have.
I remember there was that time that T1 learned. And then I think they won back-to-back Worlds immediately afterwards.
It's that easy, you know?
It's kind of hilarious. The timing does actually line up for that to be true. Kind of ridiculous. It's okay. D+ still with 1,000 gold lead, but that might actually be changing here. As you can see, Lucid bounding around. Little does he know that this brush is occupied. Or at least it was. There it is. Raptor comes on over. Untargetability is pretty powerful here for Lucid, as he does Blast Cone Raptor away and keeps himself alive. And now Shiu is the one that's in the furnace. Still okay. Lucid uses absolutely everything in order to get out, but he will do so. And he's even got Hex Gates. That's the ridiculous thing about this Rift, is that the punishment isn't actually that high. Even with 10 seconds left on this Dragon, he should be able to get back here pretty quickly.
Yep, and the Cyclone now down is a big cost for BNK4X. They did hold on to the Equalizer, though. We'll see if they can still get that same value without that tool in this fight.
Yeah.
Oh, look at Shiwu.
Yeah, looking for the flank angle. Let's see whether this public execution is going to come on through. The rocks go down. But now DK pretty happy with their positioning. Raptor gets into the pit. Shiu's still looking for that flank angle as he sweeps out onto Clear. Kellen just searching for a little bit of an angle. There's the culling to soften them up from aiming. Nicely done. Seismic Shove is good onto Lucid, but he goes on targetable. Pop Blossom's fantastic. The Drake gets taken down, but Kellen's also dead. Aiming is going nuts as he flashes on top of Vikla, and that is the Rumble going down, and now the kills are starting to fly in. The resets are working out as Diablo standing his ground. His health bar is so high. Shiu is going to try and punish him, but he gets the triple. Is it Penta time as the charm is going to connect? Orb Deception comes down, but over he goes, and there it is. Showmaker though, can he actually win out as Diablo? He's just waiting for an E. The jump comes through and he misses the Q. Doesn't push further forward.
Doesn't manage to find all 5, but man, this AD carry doing so much work. for BNK FearX, clutching it on the Ezreal. A fight that looked like it was D+ is in the bag, turns around thanks to this rookie AD carry.
Oh my goodness, 5-1 on this Ezreal right now. Let's have a look at this fight once again because it was played pretty well by DK, outside of maybe aiming having that rush of blood to the head.
Yeah, so some good ults coming out from BNK FearX, but the follow-through starts to come in as the picks come through, the resets on a Showmaker. Raptor with no ult, not having as much value. This Unraveled Earth from Vikla getting great value, and then Diablo landing the Mystic Shot, so the red buff here burns even with the wall blocking. Managing to connect here on a Shi where the flash comes through. This Charm does catch him, but just like, yeah, I'm going over the wall.
Really good to kill as well.
Shiwu, and then so close here to getting the Penta.
He really wanted to pick that one up, but doesn't actually push into the Fog of War, which would have definitely been his death. It's just a Foxfire, and he would have died there, so intelligent play, a little bit unfortunate that he doesn't manage to get the Penta. And the crazy thing is, they don't even get a gold lead off the back of that. It is Soul Point. That is absolutely huge with the Hextech Soul especially, and they have an Ezreal, right?
I mean, if you think about it, there's a very realistic scenario where D+ got the Dragon there, right? It was not that clean and controlled. And if Diablo doesn't clutch the fight, we could have been looking at a big gold deficit and 2 Dragons apiece. So BNK FearX, the smite from Raptor, and Diablo's play in that fight, and even moments like Vikla's Unraveled Earth coming through for the stuns, really keeping this game closer than it might have otherwise been. As you said, still gold lead for D+, but BNK FearX, they have some extra stats, but most, you know, they have like the feats of strength.
Yep.
But mostly it's just that threat off the Dragon Soul that is really keeping them heavily in this game.
Well, vision getting cleared out here as the top side of the map going to be definitely a big point of contention.
I just realized Showmaker has Medjai's. I don't think he had it in the previous fight, but that shutdown at the end would have had a lot more value. Just love tapping.
Yeah, he's just Lucid's here, and so's Showmaker. And Beryl, he is going to try and hold the door. Is Vikla going to get missed by the Winter's Bite? Wall comes up, but this is going down so quickly. Exactly. True Shot Barrage comes through. Aiming takes most of his health bar, but there is no jungler in sight. So that is just Otacon taken. It's highway robbery as Beryl, he might be sacrificed. Remember, there's no outer turret here. Looks like DK, the majority of them are just going to be able to get out. Flash is going to be employed there by Beryl, but I think you'll take that in trade as now Clear could be in trouble. Charm going to connect, and the culling will cut down the Rumble. Now Warrior Trickster has to be used by Raptor to get himself out of there as they're taking Hex Gates. They're looking to close in as now Diablo's in trouble. Pop Blossom to try and peel, but this time Aiming is actually playing with his brain attached, so he's able to take down the Ezreal. And DK looking for even more. The ulti's going to clip him, and Raptor walks back towards DK because Showmaker persuaded him to. And this is the DK that we've been waiting to see. They're going to look for a Baron as well, and they get to work on that while the last kill is going down.
Just a clutch call from D+ to start up the Atacant, finding a window where BNK FearX wasn't in position to contest. And this is one of those painful moments where BNK FearX are unwilling to cut loose, unwilling to say, hey, we didn't get the objective, let it go. Player getting caught out by a Charm again here. And then Diablo, he could have just taken the Hex Gate. I actually think he had time to take it. Instead, gets jumped onto, tries to Arcane Shift away from the Hex Gate, as that just puts him in a weird spot. And everyone ends up falling there, apart from Vikla. It's one of these things I think we see some of the Eastern teams often make this mistake, where they get a loss on an objective and are unwilling just to say, hey, it's cool, you know? Yeah, we lost Attica, so what? Is it really a game changer?
Yeah, it's not. And the thing is, I feel like they get into their heads that they're the team with the advantage. They're the team that's pushing forward, and that's exactly what they were doing. But what DK identified was that they've overextended, they've put themselves out, and that it's almost like the Predator mindset that they had, like we're attacking, is the thing that DK were able to turn against them. And now they have control of the river. DK looking to lock down this second Hextech Dragon for themselves. If there is a steal, BNK, they can get an incredibly powerful soul and a whole lot of power here, but they don't necessarily need to fight for this right now.
Yeah, it's gone.
As Shiu is looking for the flank angle. Beryl now wanting to find a way in as well, as Shiu staying in the fog of war where he can. Shape Splitter now on cooldown. Shiu still just corralling them and gets into the backline there as Pop Blossom lands onto the rest. They're going to try and turn onto Shiu as everyone dives towards aiming, but he's able to dash his way out. Vikla's in trouble. Showmaker looking to put him down, and there are the kills streaming through. It was that quadra kill for Diablo, and then everything fell off a cliff. DK will be able to push further forward, and we'll see what more they can get.
Feels like in this fight, D+ knew the main threat, the main carry is this Ezreal. Didn't let him play the game. You saw she will connect with the public execution, and then immediately Lucid following up afterwards to take him down. And this game went from so hopeful for BNK FairX in the early game, a mid-game which was a bit messier, but still you saw an opportunity for them to win this with those dragons stacking up, and then D+ convincingly looked to put the nails in the coffin. They won't end the game right now, but with a 10,000 gold lead, a 25 stack Medjai's on Showmaker,
and a 7.6 thousand gold Red Bull Baron power play.
Pretty good.
That's like the entire lead happened from that one Baron.
This is another example where, you know, the dragon is gone, and they're still hanging around posturing for a fight. Diablo, the public execution connecting onto him, very rough for that to happen, but then Lucid just immediately follows through with the Neferi.
Yep. The surprise Teemo face there from Showmaker kind of says it all.
Yeah, it's just crazy how quickly this game has fallen apart for BNK FairX, with some great punishes from D+, but
I want to say as
feels
well,
like an issue in shot calling, if I'm honest.
Yep. And one of the great things here, if you're looking over the other side of the rift, is this gentleman right here. He's going to get shoved. It's the caster curse that was preemptive, unfortunately for me. But maybe it was a bait all along as the flash out. No equalizer going to get any joy onto Showmaker. As now the public execution into the backline. The seismic shot going to miss because he's got so many dashes. And aiming with the culling is doing exactly that. Clear trying to do what he can, but it is not going to work as Lucid looks for the quadra. Is it going to be his turn for a pentakill? I guess it is as he dashes on top. We were denied one penta, but at least we got another as the doggo is looking real happy as he wags his tail all the way to the Nexus.
Lucid nearly leaping out of his chair on that one with how excited he was to get the penta. BNK FairX trying to make a pick on a Showmaker, ends up backfiring. And D+ slam that game to an end. Very happy with that one. You can see the good in his face.
Yep, no, it's a very happy Lucid right there. And maybe, just maybe, I should stop my doubt of the first pick Neferi. Maybe if Lucid does it, it's going to be okay. That's 2 games in a row that he performs absolutely fantastically well. So looking forward to seeing more from Lucid, and maybe my opinion of the doggo first pick is going to change.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing with dogs, especially some of those, you know, more like the bigger dogs. I think you have to be a good handler. You have to be able to train them properly. Not everyone can just own a dog like that and take care of it properly. And I think Lucid's shown that he can, right?
I remember going to the dog park with my dog, and he was not the smartest. Let's just say that he was back of the class. But Lucid was certainly one of those dogs that I was very envious of. Let's just say that in this particular game, where he plays extraordinarily well. I want to say Showmaker undying performance here at the same time. That's what I was trying to say before we were interrupted by the end of the game. Definitely a return to form for him. His Ahri has been pretty good this season thus far, and aiming also, even after that one flub, able to turn it all around, had a good performance, and I think as far as the teamwork was concerned, looking a little bit better on the side of DK.
Yeah, I think a bit of a heartbreaker for BNK FairX. This game was definitely winnable, and I think some regrets come out of this one, but they will undoubtedly be trying to bounce back for that game too.
Exactly right. This is a best of 3 for a reason, and they will have side selection moving into the next one, so we'll see how they'll go. Time for a break, then the space, and then we'll be back for game 2.
여기 이쪽
여기 또
쌍둥이
여기
나 살짝 물렸고
나
가자
가자.
나 이제 볼게 야궁다 빠졌어 나 호흡돼 궁다 없어
갈래,
이제
갈래.
이제 비전 럼블 궁다 없어 얘네 이제 야 하나만 럼블 볼게 궁다 없어요
야나 펜타 게.
펜타 남겨놨어
야 펜타 진짜 주세요. 펜타 주세요. 펜타.
나 이걸 먹네
감사합니다 형들.
내가 한 대도 안 쳐놨다
사랑합니다 형. 네.
만들었어
감사합니다.
나이스
아싸 펜타킬 했다.
야
get the L's up in the chat for Lucid, picking up a Penta as D+. Are clawing themselves back from that losing streak earlier in the season and now are up 1-0 against BNK FearX. Digon here alongside known D+ lover, chronicler, and Wadid. Look at that. He's got both the sticker and the patch there on his shirt.
Yeah, the sticker is actually mine. So if you zoom in here, you can see on my phone case, there's a little Lucid sticker, obviously, because he's my favorite player, not Oxus. Just gonna make that very clear. And then Wadid somehow was able to manage to get one of those stickers to just kind of stick on. This is just a normal sweater. I think that obviously, if you're a DK fan, this doesn't elicit any feelings because it's game 1. So who cares? Really?
Why did you say it's just a normal sweater? Like,
Yeah, but anyway.
it's okay that it's a D+ sweater and you bought a D+ sweater. We got, someone else wearing the apparel over there.
I mean, I really like the way how they managed to snowball this game well. Because normally DK falls with their skirmishes, right? They had so many issues with their some details in the team fights and the skirmishes, but I think this time around they managed to fight well around the team.
It's really gone from them being absolutely top tier at skirmishing, one of the biggest advantages that I think they had over teams during the during the LCK Cup, and then that still was a strength for them at the beginning of the week, and in the last 7 series they've just been not great ever since GNG, and this is the first time that we're slowly kind of starting to see that lethality in mid-game skirmishes again.
Yeah, well, we have one here for you as our first highlight. Down on the bottom side of the map, it was that dog getting loose here, and a great job by Barrel on the Braum.
Yeah, this is all about the punishment. I think clearly stepped up too far, and this time around DK could punish well.
And Clear, I think, had a really rough game. Unfortunately, his Rumble has been his best champion. I think he's had absolutely crazy performances on it. We also saw the payoff for the Neferi. And Lucid's form took a really big nosedive, I want to say, for 2 weeks, where he was playing really tilted, where he was unable to really make things happen. Between the league game that we saw of him against DRX, even though they lost that, and now this Neferi performance, I think it's very back that he at least is back on track to where he was at the beginning of the year, when he was contesting, not quite to the level of Owner, but definitely with Canyon and Peanut. I think Peanut has kind of taken a dip in form recently as well, and these are the type of performances that DK really relies on.
Yeah, this game was action-packed with highlights. We could have gone with the Diablo fight down on the bottom side of the map at the Drake, we could get the Penta, but instead we've got Wadid TV with Wadid Pro Tips on tempo across the map. As you take a look at it here, Wadid, what was the important thing about this play?
Yeah, I just want to show the reason why League of Legends called turn-based game when it comes to stage game. So here, they got the mid turret, and you can pause here to show why this play that worked out is that your side laners, Talia and Rumble, grouped on the mid lane with their side lane push, right? And then after that, it's their turn to do something. So you gotta know that they can do something after that, because you already used your side waves to group mid to get the mid turret. So you can play from here. And now they should definitely think about the Atakan, because that's the only one objective they can think about, or the mid turret. So they did well around the mid priority, so they cleared the mid wave, but they didn't clear the vision control in the Atakan, even though they have the full control on the mid wave, and also they still have the control on the river side. So they should have cleared the river side vision, especially on the Atakan, so they could have some information for the objective. So they didn't do it. So they lost the tempo, obviously, because they got the mid turret. So they're just gonna get the Atakan out of it. So you have to think about what they can do after you using the tempo by yourself. So you gotta think about what they can do, we should defend their plays, and after that, you could actually defend the Atakan, but it didn't happen. So they lost the Atakan, and then they're gonna lose the team fight after that as well.
And after that, there's nothing that they can really do anymore. And the reason we highlighted this is because both teams are very similar in that this is one of their biggest weaknesses. So this has been a really big issue for DK. If they don't get these fights, they're generally not that great at being able to retake tempo, the way that Humble Life and GNG, for example, do really well. Even T1 does a better job at it when it comes to setting up the side lanes. And BNK is kind of the same. They are actually, as we saw even in this game, really good at fighting. Right? Obviously, when we came to the final fight, that was a bit of a blowout. But the Diablo fight that I'm sure we're going to see if BNK end up getting a win today. I know Diablo's front runner right now, and he has been having amazing performances. But I think it's also why we see BNK really struggle is because it looks like the shot caller on the team is Raptor, who is kind of the leader for that team, because obviously Callan is the most vocal, but he doesn't have the experience, I think, and in these moments that really shines through.
Yeah, trying to figure out who the vocal leader is and who the shot caller is to streamline these decisions that BNK Furex need to do if they want to make it to the Legends group. We know they have the talent to do it. We know that they've been able to take down some of the biggest teams and push them, but they've got to get over the hump here. Now's the time to do it. Game 1 in the books. Here comes Game 2. Let's send it on over to Atlas and Ox.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, especially to you, second biggest Lucid fan, Chronicler. I'm here with the biggest Lucid fan, thankfully, and so we will be able to go over with far more detail exactly what Lucid gets up to here in game number 2.
I'm glad we could establish that. I'm glad we could make that clear. I just find it very insulting that Chronicler would say such hateful things on the broadcast. And, you know, I think he's just a little bit jealous.
I think he is.
Right?
Because you were there first, you know, before Lucid became cool and getting pentakills and stuff.
Yeah, I like Lucid a lot before he got this pentakill, whereas I think Chronicler, you know what, I didn't want to say it, that sticker, I didn't see that on his phone.
No, I didn't see. I think saw it on your phone.
He saw the penna and he put it on, and he was like, I guess he's now my favorite player.
Oh man, he's such a fair weather friend, isn't he? Or fair weather fan.
Yes. You know what? I'm just gonna say it. I think if Diablo had gotten that penta,
yeah, we would have known whose picture on the phone.
It would have been a Diablo picture. Yeah, exactly, 100%. So
someone's really got to get to the bottom of this, because right now it's hearsay, but we're right. Okay, Vi is going to be banned away alongside the Sejuani, as the Nidalee is also going to face the Banhammer. And so let's see how this game number 2 is going to go, as DK often a very momentum-based team, right? We've spoken about it before, that if they lose a game 1, oftentimes game 2 becomes a whole lot more difficult, despite side selection changing, things like this. When they do get a win, though, in that game number 1, oftentimes they can either get overly excited or just excited enough to crush their opposition.
Yeah, it's very unclear, really, where they're going to be. I think that's what you were trying to
I sort of like there was a vibe there, and then I realized, hang on, wait a second, they've gone overboard in the past as well. But if this is a calculated amount of confidence, then they should be all right, as there is a lot of junglers getting banned. Yeah,
heavy bans towards Lucid in this situation. The Pantheon's still available, so did D+ just ban that away? Because it's kind of setting up for a first pick Pantheon in this scenario.
See what it is going to be here as the final ban is looking to come through.
It would leave Azir open, though. That's the thing. Are you more bothered about Vikla getting Azir? So they go for the Poppy instead. Bear in mind, Talia is down as well. So this is a difficult decision for BNK Furex. Do you pick Vikla's Azir with no Talia to counteract it? Or do you go for the Pantheon, which is by far the strongest? No, not the Rammus.
I think Rammus is obviously the pick.
Oh,
I don't know whether you run Gwen into the obvious Azir Pantheon, though.
I do not like this. I don't think this is a good call at all. I know Gwen is strong, don't get me wrong, but you're giving over the Azir and the Pantheon. And Lucid loves Pantheon. Even before, it was the top player jungler who was playing all the time. I feel like they've just walked in. Why are you banning 3 junglers to give over Pantheon?
When the play-by-play commentator is already telling you what is going to be picked on 1-2 on the other side, you know you've done an oopsie. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, I'm kind of bemused, especially because I thought game 1 draft, BNK Furex handled it pretty well. Now it feels like they've kind of just given over a lot of power. And the Skarner hasn't really been convincing so much recently. A lot of nerfs has really taken down his power. And into a Azir Pantheon, I mean, you can obviously CC the Pantheon quite effectively, but you're not going to have as much early pressure. And Azir, you're not doing anything into. Well, the Rise of Vikla, 100% win rate so far. We'll see if we can continue that. A tall order, I think, so far.
I was going to say, I feel like they're really putting that 100% win rate to the test.
Yeah.
With the first couple of picks here. We've seen the Gwen first pick be very underwhelming, but I did say that about the Nefiri first pick in our first game. Ooh. So maybe I'm just a liar. We'll just have to see whether Clear can change my mind, because his Rumble left us a little bit wanting in game number 1. Didn't quite find the equalizers, didn't quite find the positions on the map where he could actually impact, as the Jax is going to be locked in here. Yeah, that's a bit of a... That's an intense matchup towards that top side of the map, and Shiu definitely feeling himself after a great Ambessa performance in game 1.
This was one of the old school counters back when Gwen was initially OP. They would often see I feel like current meta, we'd much more often see a Jace on the third pick here to match into it. So interesting that she was opting into the Jax, which I think it's a good pick, but just not one I think we'd typically see from every LCK team. But I think she was kind of being that player where, when a best of priority's fallen off, he's willing to pick it up and get wins with it when a lot of other players have struggled. Now, ban's coming through. Again, taking away that Rakan in this situation. The MF is going to be banned by BNK FearX. Might well just be an Alistar ban on 5 to deny that away from Beryl.
Yeah, could be a Varus look in here as well. As you were talking about the Alistar ban, I don't think that that's going to come in on the DK side. I think an R4 Alistar would be exactly what DK are looking for. And so the Jinx instead, going to be the ban away here against Diablo. Wanting to deny any sort of range. I actually kind of love this because this team is so short range at the moment on the side of BNK.
Also, you got to remember, he failed to get the penta on the Ezreal. He did get a penta on the Jinx,
That's
the respect for the carry potential. We see the Varus ban come through. To be honest, Eamon can definitely play Varus, but I don't feel like it's a pick he's particularly leaned towards heavily. And the Alistar pick on 4 is just, it's the playbook. We've seen so often, the modern drafting in the LCK has been we ban Alistar on blue side, second rotation, because it's picked on 4 so often. And now you're looking at a Xayah, but you don't have the Rakan. I guess maybe like Xayah Rel could come through.
I feel like we see Xayah Nautilus all the time, and it doesn't often fill me with joy.
Yeah.
But we'll see what Kellen does decide to do. Oh god, okay, there it is.
Yeah.
There's that flat feeling that you get in your chest when you see Xayah Nautilus locked in.
Yeah, I think of the engaged supports available. I mentioned Rel, but I think Nautilus a better matchup into the Alistar, but still not feeling great. Even considering the Zeri angle?
Could go with a whole bunch of different stuff. You're not really putting on a whole lot of pressure with the Xayah.
Yeah, I think...
Is it just Kai'Sa in the end? Is that what we're going to do? Flip to it? No, never mind. Zeri.
I think Kai'Sa would have probably been better in this situation. The reason I'm a bit concerned about the Zeri is you're playing into Nautilus Rise, who are very good at point-and-click CCing the Zeri. So not the easiest Zeri game to play, but I think overall, D+'s comp has a lot of strength. Their mid-jungle phenomenal, their support phenomenal. The Jax matchup I like. It's only the Zeri I'm a bit like, eh. But BNK FearX, again, very much testing that 100% win rate that Vikla has on the Rise, because I think they kind of didn't give themselves some great tools here. The composition, very short-ranged into an Azir Jax, Alistar. Hard to play. If you're in range of those champions, you're likely about to get CC'd or take a boatload of damage.
Yeah, this is the problem. The fact that Azir is the champion with almost the most range on the Rift is a scary proposition because Emperor's Divide then becomes so incredibly valuable to just keep things at arm's length. You don't even need to go in for big shuffles, right? To turn the fight around. You just need to peel for yourself by putting up a big old wall and then auto-attack people down. And so Showmaker's job, I think, is going to be a little bit more comfortable in this one. But, I mean, the more we expect things to be good, oftentimes the less good they are on the D+ side of things. It's all about the good old bait and switch. So let's see whether it is going to work out here. So far, Skarner and Gwen have not seen as much success as they had prior, and this is a lot of power on the side of D+ Kia. Can they make it the first 2-0 of the week, or will BNK FearX find a way?
시한사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right. I love that Showmaker is like the one guy that uses the businessman Azir skin.
Yeah.
I feel like nobody else does it. There's a lot of base skin Azirs, because base skin Azir is pretty good.
It's just so very, there's some skins that everyone takes it on, for example, the Power Rider Sejuani.
Yep. There's I feel like that is mainly, because there's also Project Sejuani that people use a lot, and it's Peanut. Every single game is on Power Rider. Every game.
I think I just see Power, but maybe
you watch a lot of Peanut.
Yeah, I mean, I do.
I hope he's not your favorite jungler and you've been lying to us about this Lucid fandom.
I would never. I'm also, that's the sort of thing Chronicler would do where he'd flip-flop. But Peanut's never going to get a Penta, so...
That's maybe true. I don't even know whether he hasn't got a Penta already.
I don't think he's going to get one recently because he's been playing a lot more for supportive roles.
He's not going to get one in this game.
Yeah.
I promise you that, because he is not here. And as it turns out, your favorite player, Lucid, is in this game. He's on probably the better champion as well. As top side of the map, I think if we're going to talk about how this game is sort of set to go in this early phase, I think the top jungle is going to be a scary one for BNK to navigate. I think that there is a lot on Clear's shoulders in this game. As we can see, she's pushing towards him. And I think that it could be a little bit of a worrying time. It's so interesting seeing Gwen kind of get pushed out in the early levels when we're so used to her just winning all the time. Not quite anymore as she gets bonked with the lamppost a few times.
Yeah, good amount of nerfs, was weak in the early game, a decent amount. Victor playing very aggressive here.
Yeah, Showmaker taking a bit of damage, but just going to exit to the side there is Vikla, not taking too much damage from the minions. 4-0 on the rise. And not quite the same win rates, but when you can see Beryl on a big advantageous win percentage, you know you need to feel a little bit worried.
Yeah, I think it's a little concerning that he got access to the Alistar, especially with how Beryl plays support. Yeah. You know, Alistar is that champion where you have the freedom. You know what? His ult just lets you play like you're a top lane Scion with tons of extra stats, and you can just walk in and get away with it. And that's what Beryl does when he's not playing Alistar.
Exactly.
So you've just enabled him in this way.
So basically you're telling him that he can get away with it when normally he would just go for it anyway, even if he couldn't get away with it, but now he does.
Yeah.
So that's a little bit the worry. Vikla playing very aggressively in this lane, as we can see. As Showmaker does soften up the minion wave, we'll be able to deal with it now. Vikla now going to move aside. We'll see whether he goes for a cheetah recall. Looks like instead he's going to try and get some vision on exactly where Lucid is. Should be able to achieve that as well, as we do have Rift Scuttlers coming up. One should be taken by both of the junglers, and no real advantage being picked up on either side. I feel like we saw this a lot in the height of the Zeri meta, which was the Xayah being picked into it as the attempted answer. And didn't work out super well back then, but Zeri was mega overtuned at that time. As Hook going to connect here by Kellen. Pulverized, but not exactly the best look here for Beryl, who's taking a lot of damage. And triumphantly roars.
He does like taking damage, you know. This might look like it was a favorable trade for BNK BFX, and it was. But I think Beryl just kind of, you know, sometimes he wants to see if he can take it. Testing his limits.
Well, he did, and he sacrificed a whole bunch of his health bar for it. Does still have one potion remaining, and can triumphantly roar a whole bunch of that health bar back over time. So isn't exactly end of the world. Right now, BNK with a lot of control here towards his bottom side. Diablo waiting for the next wave. Now, it looks like a bit of a cheetah recall going to come through here from DK instead. See whether it's going to be an early swap, or what is actually going to occur. As Clear back into this top lane. It's a decent lead being set up here by Shio. As you can see, doesn't exactly have the health bar control, but Clear is not exactly in the best position outside of the fact that there is a lot of farm to pick up in this wave. It's not going to be his turn, as we did said earlier on.
But so far, laning a little bit behind in terms of farm, but not too much of an issue. Going okay. I think the side lane, the Jax can be an issue later on, but you know, Gwen in teamfight is just such an absolute demon.
It's true. Jax also can hold his own in a teamfight, but I think not quite as ridiculous as getting a whole bunch of needleworks across 5 people, which we have seen be very, very frightening. I believe yesterday it was Doran that had a really good Gwen game. And all right, so far in this early game, things looking fine. BNK, but I think it's going to be the first fight around the Grubs. I don't think we're going to see a first fight around the Dragon, although that has been up for 30 seconds thus far. Both teams have it warded. It looks like we're not heading in that direction.
There's no massive prio advantages bot lane that I think really led to the early Dragon last time, and also Raptor on the Skarner is not the fastest at taking a Dragon down, so...
Oh, that's a good point.
Don't think it really frees you up to just start it off.
Raptor driving in here, and Showmaker driving out.
Wow, Xayah is so strong. The fact you can just shuffle away, no wonder these teams prioritize him.
Yeah, if only there was a Poppy available or something like that. And there wasn't. That was banned in both games, in fact. First round of bans this time around. DK getting rid of it, as Lucid is going to find Kellen, who doesn't have his anchor available. Does have Aftershock, though.
Whoa!
Does get the anchor back. I'm not sure about that one. Beryl says, That's your sin. Not going to be too much of a worry as now Diablo gets in there as Vikla turns up. First blood is going to be collected. Maybe that 100% win rate is going to work out as he's starting this game with a double kill.
Great Realm Warp coming through. I didn't catch it initially that they were going for it. When Kellen went in, I was very caught off guard, and I think D+ was too.
Absolutely.
In that situation, she was getting some good damage on a clear.
Yeah, the Empower coming on through there as the Grandmaster's Might comes down. Leap Strike coming through. It's the flash. Does get the flash out from clear as well. So some top lane dominance. Kellen finding yet another one as Showmaker with the Emperor's Divide lands only onto Vikla as they will be able to put him down. Lucid getting a bunch of his health back as finally Diablo's going to turn up. But Aiming is looking for a certification and Raptor is the one that has the documents. There it is. The double immediately in response for Aiming. And what was looking good for BNK immediately looks not as good.
I think when it's this early in the game, this is one of those situations where you need a very clear plan of what you're going to do at the end of this play. So Kellen, he hits the terrain, which is important because it shortens the cooldown quite significantly. It's halved. And so he can go again for this play. D+ didn't expect it. Why would you? They weren't clocking the Realm Warp immediately coming in, which is why they were kind of caught off guard. They commit on Aiming, they get barrel as well. But the ensuing play, Raptor has flash and can get over the wall. I think the problem here is Vikla and Kellen are too focused on like fighting and denying Lucid. You should be posturing in a way where you just leave.
Yeah.
You know, I think Vikla should have been already, towards where Diablo is now, so you can just walk out. Kellen should have been in a position to potentially flash over the wall afterwards, or even just die himself. It's just support. But giving away 3 kills there, and especially the fact that Aiming got 2, that is not a good start for BNK FearX.
Certainly is not, especially when it's also like 100% kill contribution here for Lucid as well. Like the Pantheon, we know snowballs pretty effectively. And the way to keep him down is often to deny any action early in the game. If you're trading a bunch of kills back and forth, the value of the Pantheon seems to go up. As Raptor here with some control around the grubs, he's going to start them up here. Beryl is going to move in, gets information that these are being taken, but you can see Lucid nowhere in sight. Does have Grand Starfall if they do want to go for a denial on some of these. But it looks like he is just going to focus on his jungle. And they managed to win without any grubs last time. Maybe that's going to be the opportunity this time as well. As in the meantime, we can see there is a Jax in the bottom lane just pelting a turret with a lamppost.
Yeah, he does pretty good at that.
Yeah, that's
plates picked up. We saw a game where BNK FearX had a really clear control of the early game. And then it started to spiral out of control in the mid game. They don't have that same level of control in this one. The objective control is going in their favor, sure, but of course, Vikla has Realm Warp here, by the way.
Yeah, Hook going to come on through as Beryl finding a Pulverize, but maybe a little bit too early as he does send Raptor back. Does get stunned up, but Aiming underneath his turret, he will survive, and Beryl not quite as lucky.
Yeah, I think Aiming for a moment there was like, oh no, what have you done, Beryl? Was healthy enough to get out of that situation. They don't commit the Realm Warp though. Vikla moves back to mid. I think with the Realm Warp coming in, it certainly would have been the death of Aiming.
Yep, the trample actually pretty important there. Otherwise, Raptor would have been able to pull Aiming out so much further forward. So almost from beyond the grave was Beryl able to help out.
I think especially playing into a Pantheon, you need to be snappy. Whenever you're making plays, whenever you're going for things here, like when BNK FearX are pushing forward to the tower, expect a response quickly, so make the play and get out. Here you can see Vikla was looking like he was going to move in, but the call was made. We have Beryl, we don't need it. Yep. The knock into picking up Aiming, it kind of felt like it just happened to come through, but they weren't really in a position to follow up, didn't have the cooldowns, so they'll take that 1 kill and be happy with it.
Yep.
And then get out of dodge quick enough.
Now you can see Aiming is just picking up minions underneath this turret. Still does have a slight gold advantage, but Diablo picking up the kill, couple of assists. He's got a BF sword as well. That is a lot better than the long one. Okay, Vikla is just going to Realm Warp his way out. He knows there is not a lot of CC left, but still the flash forward from Lucid. And yeah, you can Realm Warp out, but you're going to have to go further than that if you want to escape this duo. As DK will be able to lock that one down. And there's the good old Teemo thumbs up. Oh dear. When Showmaker is happily emoting in the mid lane, that's when you know things are going wrong.
Former teammates, though, Kalen and Showmaker having a bit of fun.
Yeah, good.
But I think Vikla went for the fast Realm Warp rather than the precise one, because I know they obviously shortened it a good amount, but I definitely a lot more.
Could have gone further than that.
Yeah, definitely. Not the longest range Realm Warp we've seen, and a bit more distance would have kept him safe. This was just kind of like, okay, I need to get out quickly before the Pantheon stuns me.
Yeah, that was like Yeah.
That wasn't a realm warp. That was like
That was like that was a long flash.
Yeah, that was a block warp at most.
Maybe that was it was a 2012 flash. Let's call it one of those.
Yeah.
Well, and also it doesn't make the really bright thingy as well. You remember the flash animation?
Yeah.
Or it was like, by the way, I flashed.
I mean, it's called flash for a reason, right?
Yeah, that's true. It doesn't quite flash like that anymore. As man, it used to really hurt your eyes.
Yeah, and I do want to emphasize, you know, if you look in this game, everyone's ascribing to it, but it is flash, not glash.
Very true.
Yeah.
In fact, there are only flashes. You love to see it.
Yep.
I
You know what's interesting is some stats got posted about the rates of like flash versus glash.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to hold this though because there might be a fight.
It could be. We'll see where the barrel pulls the trigger. We'll see when barrel pulls the trigger is, I guess, what we were talking about. As the Impale brings Lucid in, but he doesn't seem too worried about it. He just smites away the dragon. Double pulverized there from barrel as they're getting thrown around like ragdolls, but aiming is untouched. Emperor's Divide finds 2, and they're pushed into the blender that looks like Zeri. Kellen will be able to find himself a dredge line, but aiming finds a whole bunch of kills. 4, 1, and 2 now. 007 is Showmaker, and he even has a suit on. It's fantastic. It's so perfect.
Working out so well. D+ getting a massive fight there. It felt like BNK4X a little bit disjointed. Not really with the presence of mind to get the right target connection. And you see the ult from Raptor comes on a Lucid, but no follow-up really comes through, and it's just a little scattered. So we'll see in this situation. Ult comes through on a Lucid. Diablo orders him. Doesn't end up connecting the E. A little bit of miscommunication maybe. Lucid gets a smite. And then what happens after? You know, immediately the Rise is focused down. There's no more gas in the tank.
Yeah, it's so interesting. It's like they were all waiting for the cooldowns to be used up, and then as soon as aiming presses his ult button and says it's go time, Pulverize comes through, Emperor's Divide comes through, everyone just activates. And Showmaker finding a brilliant angle here, as we can see, picks up both. And this is a much better Azir performance from Showmaker here today in this game number 2 than what we've seen in prior matches this season.
I feel like this is one of these situations where BNK4X kind of reeling a little bit of the previous game still and not being able to play their best. It feels like they've kind of dropped the ball a good amount here, but D+ definitely riding that high. The perfect amount of confidence I feel they've got here. One thing I do want to say, my point I was making earlier about the Lash versus Flash. So they actually looked at different regions and compared like the rate between different regions. And you know, Korea?
Oh, well, we're just going to have to hold that thought momentarily as there's a Realm Warp coming in as well. Lucid is very, very dead. The Cavalry will arrive, and the rest of DK not quite able to rotate over fast enough, as you were saying.
What I was saying is Korea has the highest rate of flashes compared to Delashes of any region. And you know what I think might be a factor in that?
What's that? Faker uses Flash?
Faker uses Flash.
Yep, that would make sense.
So I think it's pretty valid.
I think that makes sense. And also there's, you know, something to be said for this being the region that wins the most worlds.
Yeah,
right?
so
and we're mostly Flashes.
I don't want to judge people too harshly, but if you're a Delasher, you know, maybe that's something to think about.
Yeah, maybe just reconsider it. I think it's totally fine. It's never too late to change. As Rumwar brings Vickler in, he's going to help out taking this kill, but Diablo picking it up gives him a bunch of extra money. That is definitely going to be important. And we'll just have to see. Vickler, it feels like a long time ago that he was picking up that double kill in the bottom lane to get off to such a good start. It's now looking like a very difficult game here, as we're moving towards about a 3,000 gold lead 15 minutes into this game. I think it is a Chemtech Soul, by the way, Ox, and I feel like...
I was trying to get the Flash and Glash point.
Yeah, you were really distracted by that.
Sorry, I was so focused on that.
That's okay.
My bad.
At least we get double Tech Souls in this series, as Beryl is going to get hooked, and then it's a bit of an and what situation here, as maybe he's going to have to get out of the way. He does not. As, in fact, aiming, getting engaged on. He skates over the wall. Beryl with the unbreakable will. Maybe it should be a bit breakable. Never mind. Nope, he's just now fighting Raptor as this cow is unkillable. It's a double kill in for Lucid. Vickler is now fighting against the Pantheon. Maybe he likes those odds. Never mind. He's going to be shown the big old shield. It's a triple that comes on through, and that is going to be the Rift Herald and possibly more here as aiming, getting to work on the mid-outer turret.
It's always a bait with Beryl. I mean, it isn't always a bait because sometimes it's not. But
sometimes it's a bait with Beryl, and when it is, you feel real bad.
Oh man, they're like, hey, we can get this pick on a Beryl. He's not even ulting. What is he doing? He's just saving it. You know, the locket ult, and then look at Diablo. He's like, I can finish him off. You know, gets the blade caller. The heal comes through. Thinks. Oh no.
Oh, Shiu?
Wait.
Will he find it here? Is aiming, dashes over the wall. Clear knows that he has to try and take Shiu with him, and he's not going to be able to do so. Turret going to get tanked, and that denies the assist or kill from aiming, and that is definitely good news. So Clear making the best out of a bad situation, but it's still, ladies and gentlemen, a bad situation.
Yeah, that kill given over to the Jack. You can see already Shiu doing pretty well in the 1v1. It was a little bit close, but we're now at a 6,000 gold lead.
Yeah, this game really went out of control very, very quickly.
You know what? The 3-game curse might have been broken this week.
Yeah, I'm a little bit sad because I thought maybe we could go for another 6-gamer. It was 2 in a row, and we haven't had an entire week of 6-game series before. Could have created some history, and BNK going to have to go for a crazy comeback if they're going to make it work. And oh god, it's not looking like it's starting here, as Lucid will dive on top of Diablo. Nowhere for him to go. Didn't have the Feather Storm, didn't have a hope. And now aiming, looking to try and get on in here as Raptor able to flash himself out, but if you're just getting away from the corpse of your AD carry, you know things are not looking good.
Guys, Lucid is 7-1.
Huh.
My favorite player, Lucid, is 7-1.
He's going so well. It's like it must be your birthday or something. As in they go, Pulverize going to connect. It's a double knock-up as aiming is going ballistic. Clear gonna have to try and dash away. Does have some needlework, but aiming is now driving a Rift Herald. He's spinning around in circles. Oh, that was a bit cute, but he crashes into the wall, so never mind. Do not let the AD carries drive.
It's funny that you mention it. You mentioned birthdays.
Yeah.
It is actually the birthday of someone very important today.
Okay.
It is actually Bull's birthday.
You're going to do that. You're going to do that. Well,
yeah.
Happy birthday, Bull. I hope you guys have a good performance in Challenger. As DK will be taking the second dragon.
Any other notable birthdays? In fact, if you know of any notable birthdays, you should definitely tweet at us.
Yeah, definitely post it in chat if you know whether there's somebody else's birthday here today.
And maybe someone, okay, I'll keep it, because obviously there's a lot of people in the world, a lot of people have birthdays, but LCK, at least LCK adjacent. It may be someone's birthday.
You're really narrowing it down. It's not like there's often birthdays.
Well, I narrowed it down from everyone in the world to LCK adjacent. That's a big narrow down.
Yeah, that's true. Do they have to be adjacent, or can they be in the LCK?
They can be in the LCK.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Well, I think I have an idea, but let's have a look at this replay first, as Diablo, he tries to get out. He only has barrier, though. No Feather Storm, no Flash, no chance.
Yeah, it's just looking really rough. Kind of circling the drain moment in this situation. Raptor's trying his best to keep people CC'd, but it doesn't really matter when they don't die. And aiming on Zeri, fed Zeri as well. Just kind of cleaning up in some of these fights.
Yep. It's looking pretty DK here today. And thank you all for the happy birthday wishes in the chat. Couldn't fool them, Orcs. You couldn't fool them. As Hook going to connect here as Emperor's Divide is going to get Showmaker to safety. And this is what we were talking about earlier on, but it's looking like it doesn't actually even matter. The fact that Showmaker can just keep them at arm's length with the Emperor's Divide. Kellen goes in to die, and he is going to get his wish.
I think it's a little bit perfect. The Barrel's having a pretty great series today on your birthday, you know.
I didn't want to draw attention to it because I thought maybe people will join the dots. But my birthday does have good things for Beryl, who is my favorite player. You guys can have your Lucid. You can fight over him. I want my Beryl.
You know what?
I know where true
I'm not as much of a gatekeeper as Mao is, so I'm fine for him to also be a Lucid.
Wow, it's not even strays anymore. He's catching everything. He's like a magnet.
He's very elusive, always talking about his like 100-year, I don't know, video games, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
He's like, I discovered
He'll probably
game.
make another tweet, you know, admitting that, you know, this is getting too much.
He said, you know, I'm the one who discovered this game. I worked hard to find this game.
He did.
I'm not just going to let anyone else play it.
That's where he draws the line, though. If you start talking ill of some of the games that he has quite enjoyed,
oh man,
that's when, like, see how, like, normally he's very, very good, and everything's just fine. And you can say all you want about Lucid fandom and stuff like that, but if you say things about some games, it can be a problem.
They have 47 petals.
That's a lot of petals.
That's the most, I swear that's the most I've seen in an LCK game. you know what? Some of the teams, I'm going to be honest, I'm going to be critical. Some of the teams, I will see them walk by the pedals.
Which teams? I want to compare it.
I saw Ruler do it.
Oh my goodness.
I saw him walk by a pedal. I'm sorry to call out a player like this, but I saw him do it, and it hit me on a deep level. But D+,
you know what? He's going to be here for our next match. We can actually ask him about it.
We will judge him on that. But D+, I think this is a clear sign that all 5 members are locked in on those pedals. You know Aiming is the sort of player who will eat up every pedal. You know for a fact. Aiming they don't give gold, but they might as well. Free stats, he's on that. But coming in.
Yeah, Aiming is now in a precarious position, but the cavalry is turning up, and so is Lucid, as he will be able to get a Featherstorm here, and Kellen not going to quite find the Pantheon with the anchor. Still, Diablo's able to kite him out, gets the pullback, and now Clear is fighting against Aiming and Beryl. I don't know whether Clear likes those odds, but he gets the flash. And BNK, honestly, this is the best fight they could have hoped for. It's even, at least for now, as Shiu says, no, it's not. Showmaker's going to be able to pick up that kill. Shiu just going to bonk them with his lamp posters. Raptor not able to get over the wall, and he's just going to get flung back. He knew that was going to happen, as he realized also that he had no hope other than to give it a good old crack. As Extended Beam, not quite enough, but Showmaker gets over there. Rune Prison, it's not somewhere that Showmaker cannot escape from.
It felt like in that fight there was a brief, maybe a couple of...
Yeah, didn't it almost look even for a second there?
No, but there was like... there was like a second and a half where you're like, hey, this isn't completely awful, and then it did. Yeah. D+.
It's 5-20.
5-20? You know, we normally just say 5-8.
Sorry.
But that's also not actually the time. It's 25:06, but you know.
Well, at least you're teaching us all about what time it is in Korea, because this team fight is just showing us that DK has more money than BNK.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Clay nearly gets Aiming, but doesn't.
Yep.
And then it looks like, hey, maybe Calendar Diablo can kill Shiwu, and then Showmaker just zaps him.
Yeah, and Shiu also is
and then
kind of massive
I think
himself.
tried to save Raptor with the Realm Warp, but it wasn't even over the wall. So
it was a
but
cute
the thought counts. That's the Vikla really wants to keep that 100% win rate on Rise. And honestly, I'm ready to believe if he wins this game, because
oh yeah, I don't think he's ever going to lose if he manages to win this game.
Yeah, I think there are unprecedented levels of power.
Yep, maybe it's time for another hair bet, as Pulverize does come on through. Beryl just going to be corralling them, and Lucid dives into that backline. He knows his target, but Diablo's going to survive for quite some time. Raptor not so lucky as she in that front line. Oh my goodness, that Q almost able to cut down Diablo, but he does stay standing. Over the wall goes Shiu now, and Vikla is not going to be able to offer enough damage back as the Seraphs comes on through. He does go golden to keep himself alive, but he will be going down in the end. And Diablo on the fountain, getting his health back, but he turns back up to everything being on fire as the first inhibitor of the game will go down. 24 minutes. Not even with a Baron on the map. And we've got inhibitors hitting the deck.
I think at this point, BNK FX fans probably just scrolling back the VOD a little bit. You know that quadra kill Diablo got in game 1? And they're like, these were better times. These were better times. Right now, it's looking a little rough.
Yeah, Shiu actually just going in to give a thumbs up and then walked out again. That was a bit of a weird scenario. As we're going to check this one out once again. Speaking of establishing dominance, this was Clear trying to establish some form of vision. He's not allowed to do that.
No, he definitely isn't. It was a bold attempt. And D+ kinda, this is just Beryl leading the charge. There's 4 people. He doesn't care. He's gonna knock back the Skarner because why not?
Yep.
His ult runs out. He doesn't change his play at all. He's still running in.
Gets a good old shield there from his locket. And Diablo was very low, but he's not actually able to help.
I just love that they all fly over the wall. Although Lucid didn't. He had flash. He could have come over the wall with them. So, you know, a little bit critical of that. Everyone else was in with a plan, jump over.
Yep, it looked like Lucid instead wanted to go for the objective instead of killing the stragglers.
That's less fun.
I know, it is. It's not quite as good as... Once again, Showmaker's scoreline is looking absurd.
Wait, he hasn't died yet. He hasn't died yet this series.
Yeah, the only one.
Oh, man. You know what? I'm going to be real. This might be a hard POM.
I think it might be, as Shiu is now going to see what he can do with 4 people chasing after him and, exiting. That's the plan. Aiming is looking to take down this tower. Maybe it's a Shiu POM because that was kind of silly. The fact that 4 people just wasted their time and now their base is going to get traded for not even a Jax.
I genuinely think anyone on the top side is a valid POM.
Yep.
I really think they all are. Chronicle's probably going to go for Lucid because, you know, he wants to try and...
Yeah, he's got some ground to cover, I think.
Yeah.
As Raptor is going to pick up Beryl, and Beryl says that he does not care about it. Yeah, not going to be able to impale all of them. And even after that, not a lot of celebration. Lucid just kind of scratching his head, wondering what they're going to take next. Because they have a 12,000 gold lead. There's Soul Point, but that doesn't really matter. I don't think the game is even going to last another 3.5 minutes if DK have anything to say about it. They're thinking about a Baron. They're on it already. Showmaker and Lucid getting to work there. And
It's
man,
tough, actually, because Shu had those great ults on Ambassador in the last game towards the end.
yeah, right? I actually feel like there is an argument for Shiu as well.
I think there's an argument for all three.
Yeah.
And that's no shade to aiming a barrel.
Oh, I thought
But
Beryl was one of the three. What are you talking about?
No, I think Showmaker, Lucid, Shu, I think is right now, for me, they're the front runners. I think Aiming and Barrel have been pretty good.
But think about it, it's all Beryl's shot calling.
Oh, yes, yes, it's your birthday.
No, you don't have to change your vote. I know you really feel dedicated to Lucid and you need to get that vote in. That's
Maybe
fine.
could convince Smile the lesser Lucid.
Look at Beryl starting this fight. There's no one even to follow up, but he's still there. He's so dedicated to starting the fight. As Kellen's going to go down, and now Beryl's actually just going to murder Diablo. He does Featherstorm, but he comes down into a furnace, and he will be taken out. That is going to be a triple here for Aiming, who wants to get his own pentakill. Let's see whether he can get it as Showmaker serves Raptor up on a silver platter. There's the quadra kill, and Vikla is like, my 100% win rate, you are not getting a penta.
He bought his onions when he bought his onions.
Oh no, is he going to go golden? The answer is no, and it's a pentakill once again. First it's Lucid, then it's Aiming, and they'll win the series.
You know, respect to Vikla, because he could have just ran to the back end of the fountain.
Oh yeah.
He didn't do that. The opportunity was there.
I wonder whether Aiming is actually going to say thank you as he walks past. We're not going to see. It's going to be Kellen on the camera. As we didn't get it. I don't know. It's a big grin on Aiming's face. Maybe Vikla had said yes, it's okay. But we shall see.
What a day for D+ fans, you know.
It's incredible.
Everything, I'm going to be real, everything was looking a little bit gloomy, you know, earlier in the season. And today we had, you know, Beryl being a bit of a nutcase, as we love to see.
Yep.
Aiming gets a penta, Lucid gets a penta, Showmaker 0 deaths, Shiro picking Ambessa and Jackson having a great time.
Oh, that's a bit cute.
Oh, that's a front runner.
Did you feel your heart melt there a little bit, Ox?
That's a front runner, I'm not even going to lie.
Oh man, maybe is your POM already in?
I already put my POM, but that's a front runner for the celebrations.
It's another soccer one, maybe?
That's Aura.
Another
That's
football
Aura.
one?
You look at the head shape.
Egon can tell us whether that one's right. I'm not willing to say that I don't know.
Egon is our resident sports ball expert.
Yeah,
you know?
he's the guy that understands stuff when you're outside, and I find that very strange.
Yeah, I think a bit of a sad one for BNK FearX. That first game was in a very winnable position. It feels like the second one, they kind of just lost all the wind of their sails. But I think it's showing an issue with this team is the shot calling, you know? Some of these decisions being made, especially going up against a veteran shot caller like Beryl, you can see them get exposed for it. The individual play is there. Yes, there are mistakes, but like Diablo had a fantastic game and in the first one, and there was moments where BNK FearX as a team were performing well, but ultimately it just wasn't quite enough. I don't speak Korean, I don't read Korean, but I know exactly what that poster said.
It was a bit heart-ratey. As we're going to have a look here, it looked real rough at the very beginning. And then it looked even rougher, but on the other side for the rest of the game.
You know, this one, I think, just not the right decision of how to handle the dragon. It definitely should have been a get the dragon, get out, instead of get the dragon and see if we can fight. Aim and picking up these early kills as well. It's just Zeri things, you know. And then they obviously did manage to pick up Beryl here, but Beryl, he relishes deaths, you know.
He does. And every single fight kind of went like this. You know, it was good timing from DK, but the more money they got, the easier it was, the more lenient said timings were, because it was just so difficult. Beryl just followed the carries around and then just set them up for either Showmaker or Aiming to take them down. You saw here, I don't think, like, even if Beryl had have died in this moment, it would have been actually still a great fight for DK, but he didn't. he had the audacity to survive.
Especially, he was so low HP multiple times. He's just vibing.
Yep.
He's just having a great time. The thing is, he just lives life on the edge because he doesn't really care if he dies there. But then he just has, as you said, the audacity to live on top of that. And here, gets a little bit scrappy towards the end, but the damage is just so insane. We see Diablo knocked in, aiming slides in to finish him off. And then unfortunately, Clear not able to do anything, even with the flash.
They're already calling for pentas, and Showmaker, he was actually one of them calling for it. He's like, all right, I'll pick you up this one. Yep, he's delivering them one after the other. Yep, Feral, yeah, he's like, do it, do it, do it. And there they go. Back-to-back pentas, 100% penta.
Yep.
In these games. Absolutely incredible stuff. Showmaker did a lot of damage, and Vikla, unfortunately, suffered his first loss on the rise. Hard to stay undefeated for that long in the LCK. Not many players with undefeated champions, only a short list of those. And when you get to larger sample sizes, it does become so much different, so difficult to do that. As Showmaker picks up the POM, undying today. 10, 0, and 28 is 27. Not too bad. Not too bad at all.
Yeah, I mean, kind of crazy, especially the RE game, considering it nearly was that pentakill for Diablo. Managed to survive there, but having a lot of clutch plays coming out, a lot of setup for the team. Wasn't the one who got the pentas. Nope. Was really setting up his teammates for success. And yeah, definitely the first game was a bit more hard fought, but a needed convincing win, I think, for this D+ lineup.
Yep, and Beryl is going to have an interview on the space as well, so I'm going to be rushing over to that one. Cannot miss out on it.
This isn't, by the way, I'm just going to say, we obviously appreciate the fans, but this is for you.
Thank you so much, Ox. And now it is time for the interview, so let's head to some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Showmaker on the side of D+ Kia. Last match, you broke your loss streak, and today, with your victory, you're back on track with that winning streak. How do you feel? You know, we were able to end our losing streak last match, and just being able to keep our winning streak going makes me so happy. And in game 1, the enemy took Nico and Talia, giving D+ Kia some trouble. So, what was the plan to deal with them in game? I think you just had to pinpoint that Ari was the only one that could make some plays. So I think I really tried focusing on hitting my charms the entire game. And in game 2, you made an amazing highlight play with Azir, so let's take a look at the replay. The super toss in front of the Infernal Drake. You look so composed. So how did you find this angle? You know, the enemy had a lot of wombo combo CCs. And because my teammates were able to exhaust them of those kind of CC skills, it was just really easy for me to just go in and engage. I honestly went in pretty late, but because the enemy didn't really have a lot of skills to use on me, it was pretty comfortable. And with Azir becoming a high prio pick, you know, you must have had to consider playing Azir a lot, so what was the practice process like? And I feel like during my professional career, Azir has always been meta, and it's never really not been in meta, so I had to always practice and be ready to pull him out, so I was pretty confident in playing him. And in today's game 1, Lucid got a pentakill and Aiming got a pentakill again in game 2, so 2 pentakills in a series. How do you think this is possible? No, in your professional career, getting a pentakill even once is such a hard task, but we got 2 in a series, which is quite amazing, and it just felt like I got the pentakill, and that's how happy I was for my teammates today. So how is your teamwork just so good? Is there any secret? You know, during the long series and chain of losing streak, I think we just had a lot of feedback and review within our team, and we just tried to maintain our mental fortitude. And your next opponent is OK Savings Bank Brion, and you have to watch out for their Kingslayer instinct. So what is your mindset? No, we're on a winning streak, so we will make sure that we are well prepared to keep our win streak going. And you know, despite the rain today in Seoul, there are a lot of fans visiting and cheering for you on site. So would you like to say anything to the fans? You know, when I woke up today, it felt just so sticky and suffocating. It was so humid, and it's just, you know, I think the weather is just so easy to make you feel bad, but I'm so glad and so happy and so grateful that our fans are always down to support us. And that's the end of the interview with Showmaker, and back to the space. Thank you.
Welcome back to the space, everyone. Joining us is Atlas, of course, our special guest after that great cast. D+
I'm not the special guest.
Getting a win here. But more importantly, other than this special guest, we have the main man over at support. It is the two-time world champion, Beryl, joining us. 안녕하세요, Beryl 선수. 안녕하세요. Please clap, chat. Do your thing and clap. Thank you.
They're clapping. Assume they're clapping.
All right, welcome to the English Analyst Desk. Congratulations on the win today. Now, you're known as a LoL guru. How did you gain so much knowledge about League of Legends, and what percentage of the team shot calling do you do?
이제 영문 분석 데스크에 오신 거 환영합니다. 네, 베릴 선수님은 롤 도사로 알려져 있잖아요. 그 리그 오브 레전드에 대해서 좀 이렇게 지식을 어디서 이렇게 좀 습득을 하시는 편인가요? 그리고 팀 내 콜 비중은 한 몇 % 정도 되는 것 같아요?
확실히 옛날에 이제 롤 처음 할 때나 한 이제 뭐 19년도까지는 그냥 되게 지식 같은 건 많이 없이 그냥 했었는데 20년도부터 이제 좀 더 이제 감고진 분들이 알려주시면서 되게 많이 배운 것 같고, 이제 사실 패치가 여러 번 많이 되잖아요. 그럴 때마다 이제 뭐 유튜브라든지 아니면 이제 뭐 다른 전적 사이트 이런 데서 뭐가 좋고 뭐가 이제 좋을 것 같고 그런 걸 보면서 하고 있는 것 같습니다.
So at the beginning, I was just more about instinct, following my feeling, not about the knowledge. But after 2020, I'm actually learning from my coaching staff, and if there is a new patch, I always go up and look up some YouTube videos as well. So I'm trying to picking up some knowledge from coaching staff and the videos.
And I actually had a question as well about having the knowledge, or whether it's instinct. You know, oftentimes, like we've been seeing you recently find some really good team fights. And is it instinct, or is this something that you practice over and over again to make sure that you get the right angles to get the team fights to work out?
최근 이제 두 경기 보면은 교전에 자신감을 좀 많이 얻은 그런 느낌을 받았거든요. 근데 이제 교전을 설계하실 때 조금 더 본능적으로 교전을 좀 택하는 편인가요? 아니면은 반복된 연습을 통한 미리 다 설계를 해놓고, 아니면 이 교전은 이긴 교전이다, 좀 이런 식으로 다 설계를 해놓고 들어가신 편인가요?
이제 교전 같은 거는 사실 다 같이 이제 보는 게 좋다 생각해. 이제 뭐 정보, 이제 누가 풀이 없다, 궁이 없다 이런 거나, 아니면 이제 우리가 빠르다, 상대팀이 느리다 이런 걸 토대로 이제 나머지 이제 원딜이랑 미드가 결국 딜의 중심이니까, 초반에는 탑은 약간 요즘 1대1하는 구간이잖아요. 네네. 그래서 그런 것 때문에 약간 이제 딜러의 지금 나 싸우면 좋다 이런 거에 맞춰서 나 그럼 우리 어떻게 할게 라는 이렇게 약간 문장식으로 되는 콜이 되니까, 그래서 교전을 피할 땐 피하고 할 때는 이제 하는 거를 다 같이 이제 보는 것 같아요.
So the skirmish and team fight is all about communicate each others, and that's mainly from damage dealers, because they know themselves well about the item spikes and the moment where they need to fight, or the flash as well. So it's not only one call like from a specific player. It's all about us communicating each other as well about how do we want to take the fight and how do we want to do the fight. So in terms of that, I think we are trying to make some sentence about the team fight and the plans.
That's awesome. It's great to hear how the communication circles work on out. Now, there's been a lot of debate about Zeke's convergence lately, and it doesn't actually deal that much damage, and the slow effect isn't that impactful either, but we still see players still preferring it, even on champions like Rakan. And Wadid actually thinks that active items like Iron Solari and Redemption offer more value. So, what do you think about the current itemization at support?
이거는 좀 제 개인적인 질문인데 좀 지크 아이템에 관한 질문이거든요. 그러니까 사실 저는 이 아이템이 실제로 주는 데미지도 그렇게 높은 편도 아니고 슬로우도 그렇게 좀 엄청난 편도 아닌 것 같아서 저는 진짜 이거 심지어 라칸으로도 이걸 가는 선수들이 종종 있더라고요. 근데 저는 개인적으로 솔라리나 구원 같은 그런 액티브 아이템의 밸류가 훨씬 높다고 생각하거든요. 좀 그 부분에 대해서 베릴 선수는 좀 개인적으로 어떻게 생각하세요?
저도 이제 뭐 동의하는 반대 이제 뭐 지크 같은 경우에는 슬로우도 있으니까 이제 뭐 알리나 렐처럼 이제 들어가는 챔피언이 상대 뭐 미드랑 원딜이 둘 다 뚜벅이다 이러면 갈만하다 생각하는데 저도 근데 얘기하신 것처럼 솔라리랑 구원이 이제 같이 갔을 때 시너지도 나고 저는 그래도 구원이 제일 좋다고 생각하는 게 사거리가 너무 길다 보니까 이제 제가 미드에 있어도 약간 사이드에 개입해 줄 수 있는 그런 아이템이라 생각해서 저도 솔라리 구원 이런 템트리가 되게 좋다고 생각합니다.
So I agree on you, Wadid. Personally,
Good job, Wadid. Good work, Wadid.
yes, I did it. So I can understand why they're building jigs because of the slow. If enemy team damage dealer has no escape tool, like some dash, you can like target him down. But I feel like Redemption is just so OP. And especially it has so longer range, so you can actually impact other lanes. Even though you're on the mid lane, you can actually impact the side lane. So I feel like just Redemption and Lawcat itself is just so OP.
So most of our English-speaking talents are really big fans of pop and subcultures, including anime. So we have to ask you, what is your favorite anime of all time? And what's your favorite anime of right now or like the last year?
저희 이제 영문 출연진들이 대부분 좀 서브컬처 팬들이 많습니다. 그래서 베릴 선수가 오시면 꼭 여쭤보고 싶었던 게 있어요. 베릴 선수의 인생작, 최작은 무엇인가? 그리고 요즘 가장 좀 재밌게 보고 있는 애니나 만화 같은 게 있다면?
저는 뭐 많이 보는 편은 아니지만 그래도 좀 이렇게 뭐 기승전결 이렇게 다 봤을 때는 이제 뭐 진격의 거인이나 이제 뭐 강철의 연금술사 이게 좀 가장 재밌게 봤던 것 같고 그다음에 만화로 최근에는 이제 뭐 대중적인 것밖에 안 봐서 아마 보면은 뭐 이제 사카모토 데이즈 이런 거를 주로 봅니다.
So recently I'm not watching animes that much, but my favorite was Attack on Titans and Full Metal Alchemist.
Ooh,
that's my favorite too. And recently I'm watching Sakamoto Days, and I think that's a good one recently.
that's right. Sakamoto Days. That's the one of the grocery store. It's Secret Agent. All right. Well, did you know that one of our casters, Atlas Nim, is 아주 팬이에요. 너무 팬이에요.
Big fan, big fan.
Huge fan of yours. Now, he actually has been tweeting about it on Twitter.
Really?
Has a couple of tweets about it. Can we take a look at those tweets? There it is. Me win barrel. Guys, I'm asking questions. This is Kenzie, one of the reporters, about summer kickoff, and he said, please ask about Beryl. And then, Beryl is such a Chad. Holy Chad.
That's barely even blurred out, LCK.
We also tried to get all your barrel comments, but there was no hard drive big enough to actually get those on the ready, so we couldn't let them listen to those.
Yeah, do you have anything to say to your big fan, Atlas?
네, 저희 중계진 중 한 명인 아틀러스가 정말 베릴 선수의 엄청난 팬으로 유명하고 또 항상 트위터에서 X에서 베릴 선수를 응원하고 있거든요. 혹시 애틀러스에게 한마디 해주실 수 있나요?
항상 이렇게 팬분들도 많지만 이렇게 또 가까이서 중계진 분들이나 또 팬인 게 되게 처음인 것 같아요. 전 이제 SNS 안 하다 보니까 저런 거를 접할 기회도 없어서 이렇게 또 저를 되게 매우 좋아해 주시니까 저도 되게 기분 좋고 이렇게 LCK에서 항상 계속 볼 수 있었으면 좋겠고 오늘 생일이라고 들으신 것 같은데 이제 축하합니다. 이제 해피 버스데이 아틀러스.
감사합니다. 정말 감사합니다, 베르님.
So I got many fans, but I know that I have many fans, but not from casters. You know, it's actually first time, so I'm pretty happy about it. I was not really into SNS or like X social media, so but I'm still really happy about it. I want to see you in LCK forever. And happy birthday. I'm glad I have a fan as you. Yeah.
감사합니다, Beryl.
Thank you.
Yeah, 감사합니다, Beryl. Finally, do you have any words to your fans globally for the global broadcast?
이제 마지막으로 글로벌 팬분들께 한마디 해주신다면.
이제 저희 이제 넓은 이제 나라에서도 좀 여러 나라에서 많이 보잖아요. 근데 저희 LCK 되게 많이 사랑해주고 시청해주셔서 감사드리고 앞으로도 저희 LCK 많이 시청해주시면 감사하겠습니다. 감사합니다. Thank you.
Thanks for watching LCK globally. I'm glad we have many fans in global. So I hope you guys keep watch LCK and yeah, let's have some fun. Yeah.
All right. 감사합니다. Beryl 선수.
Beryl,
Fighting. You can wave over there. Wave to the fans. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much yet again for Beryl for that great victory. Maybe we could take a look at the standings here. Oh, the POM after that last one. You have the POM votes in the comments. It was Showmaker getting that victory there. We're on camera. We're still waving to Beryl.
I only see one thing, okay? It's only Beryl, okay?
Priorities are straight. I like it.
That's fair. I mean, we followed the shot call. Honestly, that's what we did.
I agree with some of the Lucid votes, but I think Showmaker had an incredible day to bring it back on track.
Yes, there we go. Let's take a look at some of the comments that we had here. Kronny, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed. I think that, we were on track for something glorious. And then Lucid and Showmaker decided to actually be good again.
Oh, okay, 6-0-6-0.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was like 60-60,
Yes,
like 60 kills and deaths in one game. That would be insane.
That was the dream, but we didn't get there.
Yeah, I'm just happy that Showmaker finally proved himself. Even though he had some issues about the champion pool, I think it means a lot that he actually played Ahri and Azir to prove himself, and I think he played really well this time around. I think game 1 Ahri, he made so many great engages, and Azir also, he was dashing in so many times. So I'm glad for Showmaker.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we have one more here from Ox. It is the greatest Showmaker.
Hugh Jackman reference?
Yes.
That's all. Sorry.
Yeah,
no.
Big musical enjoyer over here.
I am.
Yeah, me too.
It's a great
film.
He was great in Les Mis. He carried that movie.
Oh, don't. No.
We're talking about The Greatest Showman, though, not...
Yeah, I know, but we said musical reference.
Oh, yeah, I guess.
It's true, but Les Mis is not one of his best. Come on.
But he carried that movie.
He did, but we can have that debate later.
All right. It's getting deep.
Come over here. I don't like the fact that you're over there.
Yeah, come on. We're dead.
Go over there, but instead everyone should.
I'm going to bring my baby.
Bring the bear.
Yeah.
Me too. I'm going to bring my bear. As we take a look at the standings from the top rope.
Oh, God.
After that victory, D plus Kia
How are no iPads
their way
destroyed?
on over to the Legends group at 7-7, equilibrium in a way that KT could only wish for.
Real DK heads know that this doesn't mean anything, and we are not getting excited. We really should learn from what KT fans have already known for a very long time, which is never believe, but always cheer
Never
on.
believe, just watch and be happy with the result.
Yeah.
That's how it
That's
works.
a Beryl fan right there.
Exactly, and it's Beryl Day today. My birthday from now on will be known as Beryl Day.
That's right.
And that's where we celebrate outcomes, whatever they are.
And you know what? We're not done yet. So we'll get to continue to celebrate Beryl Day with some DN Automotive Freaks versus Gen G. Can't wait for that one. First versus last. Maybe it'll be an upset. We'll see in a little bit.
Woo, bye-bye.
Woo!
How are you holding a bear?
It's your favorite.
레이지필이었나요?
가자.
아우 레이지필!
DNF의 7연패가 이렇게 끊깁니다.
저 농심 레드포스의 로고에 있는 저 맥박이 그 어느 때보다 뜨겁게 뛰고 있습니다.
농심은 강팀입니다.
And to kill for the jungler of Nongshim, and there it is!
아니 쳤어요. 반장을 넘겼어요.
What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
나름 무거운데 이게 쪼입니다.
이게 아니라 같이 쪼여야 돼요.
더? 충분히 활약할 여지가.
마지막을 펼쳐라!
하필이면 그 단어.
네, 여기서 지금 쪼인 다음에
하필이면 그 단어. 이거를 다 누구가 어디
마지막을 펼쳐라!
아니 어디까지 그 철라지만
마지막을 펼쳐라!
오이 됐다 오너.
이번에 드디어 이게 무슨
원통하다! 전라지망 책뚫림!
완전 또 뚫렸어요. 또 어디까지 가요?
근데 바이퍼가 진짜 빠르게 뛰고 있어요.
그래도 너무 이랬다 바이파! 도망가라! 전라지망을 펼쳐라!
그 단어 쓰면 안 된다고요.
크게 펼쳐라 크게!
또 달려요.
달려!
달려 바이퍼 달려.
너뭐 없어 다 써 다!
바이퍼의 데모.
이렇게 저렇게 해서요. 크게 천라지망! 이거 이지 쪽에 노려야 돼. 크게 천라지망!
아 천라지만 그 표현.
크게!
근데도 원군이 옵니다.
그 천라지만이란 말만 쓰면 이게 사람들이 오해하겠어요. 뚫리는 게 천라지만 같은.
솔직히 말씀드려서 안 될 것 같아서 말 쓴 것도 있습니다.
네. 아주 뭐.
이러면 난리 났습니다.
이렇게 쓸어버립니다. 채원.
아니 이게 디플러스가 입장에서 좋은 기회를 잡았거든요. 근데 이현우 해설위원님의 그 단어가 나와버렸어요.
그래서 천라지마.
그 플래그만 안 세우셨으면 저는 디플러스기어도 충분히 할만하다 생각을 했는데.
그래요? 네.
예, 저 때문입니다. 그래서.
사연승을 찍습니다. T1입니다.
고공행진이죠 T1.
오늘 컨디션이 좀 많이 힘들 텐데.
그러니까요.
오!
아 지금 잠깐만.
그다음에 정글러로서 가장 책임감을 누가 선수가 하나 둘 셋 감사합니다. 승리 주
오랜만에 인터뷰라 좀 긴장도 됐고 그래도 잘 마친 것 같아요. 쑥스럽긴 했어도 그래도 뭐 하게 됐는데 좀 많이 부끄러웠습니다.
민규 오늘 POM 받았으면 좋겠다. 민규 오늘 민규 POM 받고 볼라트 했으면 좋겠다.
뭐 했으면 좋겠다고?
민규 POM 받고 볼라트 했으면 좋겠어요.
뭐라는지 못 들었어.
또 못 들었어.
아니 발음이 안 좋아.
저는 들었는데. 저도 들었는데요. 그럼 그냥 감독님 귀에 혹시
그 뭐라고?
볼 하트.
볼 하트. 아, 볼 하트였어? 볼 하트 발음이 왜 이렇게 구려?
귀를 좀 파셔야 될 것 같은데요. 그럼 감독님 많이 드신 것 같은데요. 감독님 귀로 먹어?
makes me stronger.
BFX 화이팅!
BFX 화이팅! 와! 지 화이팅!
젠지 화이팅!
젠지 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. I'm a very happy Atlas. On my birthday, I got to hang out with Beryl Dan. Did you see that?
I did.
It was
what a birthday treat.
pretty amazing.
And I guess, you know, the fans probably also enjoyed it, but it was for you.
Oh, was it being filmed?
Yes, it was.
Oh, wow, I didn't know that. I hope you guys also had a really good time, because I definitely did. I didn't even need to say it. We should focus on the series at hand, because of course, the DN Automotive Freaks are going to be taking on Gen G. An uphill battle, you could say. Let's see just how uphill. Let's bring up the standings. We'll demonstrate what uphill looks like. Normally, it is from a point that's high to a point that's low. And as you can see, this point on the left at the top is high, and this point on the right, it's low.
Okay.
There we go.
So, everything we've seen so far in the season points to this being a clear Gen G victory.
Got it.
When you look at the standings, it looks like a clear Gen G victory.
Uh-huh.
But I want to say one thing.
What's that?
Wouldn't it be really funny if the...
Hey, wait. I seem to remember another Gen G series where they were poised to do a fair bit of winning and did in fact not. And you seem to have a bit of an idea against it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Is this another one of those situations?
This, I don't think so.
Okay.
It's funny, but I don't think it's probable. Okay.
Right.
It
okay.
would be hilarious, but it would be very unlikely.
Got it. But wait, hang on. Didn't we have the same situation yesterday, right? Where KT actually just went up and did it?
That was
against
very
HLE?
That was very funny.
Exactly. And that was another one of those moments where it'd be funny.
True. Sometimes funniness just rules over everything. But that was a bit more probable than this one. I think.
Yeah, and these stats aren't quite as funny.
Yeah, yeah. You know what? Not many people have good stats against Chovy.
No.
Not many people have good stats against Gen G.
And it's interesting that in the literary world, you know, tragedy and comedy are often very similar. But it's looking a little rough here for DNF. However, they did manage to pick up a victory. So if they're able to take down Gen G here, then it would mean that they will then, you know, be on a 2-match winning streak. The problem is that their week this week is Gen G and HLE. Like, it's a tough ask here from these young players.
I mean, you know, if you just woke up from a coma this week, you've only seen HLE lose. So,
oh my goodness, that's
true. Maybe by that metric.
But that's not even this series. You haven't seen Gen G lose because they just haven't lost.
Yeah, yeah.
There's no saving that one, is there?
No, there's no.
This is a tough match to sell. You might be getting that now, that this is perhaps one of those series that we're going into and we're like, yeah, but David versus Goliath, and like, well, what if they did? They're probably not going to.
David versus Goliath, but he actually doesn't have a sling. And when he's looking for the stones...
No, the sling is his arm, because he broke his arm before.
Oh, man.
That's what it is.
He's looking for the stones on the ground, and there's just none there.
Or there's none at the right size. You know, like it's just sand.
Still scrambling for them.
Yeah. And Goliath is like hasn't even noticed and steps on him by accident.
Yeah.
That's kind of what's going to happen. Is what I'm expecting. But we will see, because DN Freaks, we didn't think they were going to win last time around as well. And we'll see whether this is going to be something that they can lean on. There's been some difficulties. We do know that this is a team that snowballs, right? Like, we haven't seen it because they only just started their being able to win, like, very recently. But Pureshik is certainly known as a guy that once he gets in the groove, he just keeps winning. You know, he did that to win Worlds, right? That happened. It was quite some time ago, and of course, hasn't necessarily looked like that same player this season, but anything's possible.
Anything is possible.
That's the cope. That's all I'm really going to do is let's...
No, we didn't have to do it
really?
to him. We didn't have to do it to him.
Well, let's just focus on the fact that Chovy has a lot of LCK firsts, which does take a bit off the shoulders of Bulldog here, because Chovy's just the best at it.
You know what's crazy is, I mean, I don't think there's any players in these two teams who can compare where it's going to look favorably for DNF. But you know what's the crazy thing?
What's that?
I often talk about damage percentage, and kill participation and being like, look, when you're on a good team, these numbers can sometimes be lower. It's hard to have a high damage share or kill share because your team are doing so well. They're doing a lot of things on the map, you know.
Yep.
It's hard for Chovy.
You're winning every lane.
Exactly. It's hard for Chovy to be doing so much damage when his team are doing so much damage, right? He has like Canyon in the jungle. Apparently not. Apparently Chovy circumvents that.
Yeah, and also like sometimes they're a bit like misleading, right? Because the damage percentage numbers don't necessarily indicate damage, but he's first in the LCK for that too.
Yes.
Of just like flat damage per minute.
Look, I think what we're trying to get here, you know, this may come as a shock to you all. This may be new information to some of you, but Chovy is playing rather well at the moment.
Whoa! That is outrageous, Orcs!
I know, I've said some outrageous things.
Oh
this
my
is probably
goodness.
a bit too far, but I'm gonna, you know, I'm not a coward.
Can we stick to the objective truth, please? My goodness, all of this subjectivity in my LCK. Absolutely crazy. You might be onto something. However, I do want to point out that this is an opinion, okay? It's just the correct one.
Yeah.
Chovy is kind of unrivaled at this point in time. All we can really do is try and make jokes and hope that the DN Freaks show a better performance this time around.
The funniest thing is, you remember that series where Chovy against, it was Genji against T1, and I actually think that start of that series, I was thinking, wow, this is one of the worst performances I've seen from Chovy in a while. I'm not joking here. That series, I was like, he's actually struggling. And then he did that Victor thing.
Yeah.
And I was like, well,
we kind of forgot that like the start of that series was not great.
But then he just made it up like tenfold. And
by the way, Digon has already suggested that perhaps this cast is going to go off the rails. And Digon, that is not sending the right energy
that also
into Lolpark,
suggests, implicates we were ever on the rails in the first place, okay? We're off-piste right now.
I mean, I was just in the space with you, Digon, and we were like chatting with Beryl. I'm just on cloud 9 right now. No bias towards LTA teams or anything.
He spent time in close proximity to Beryl, you know, all these things.
Nothing's going to make sense, but it's only going to be joy and happiness here in this LCK broadcast.
He's in peak delirium already.
Oh, yeah. Coach Kim versus Punch. And let's see who's going to be able to take it here. Because, of course, the first time Rapid Star sort of took a step back, he's still here in the coach's booth at the moment. But
I have an important question,
yes.
Max. So Punch, do you think it's like the physical action of punching or like the drink?
Ooh, that is a really good question because he was a jungler and often played Pool Party Lee Sin, who does theoretically have the coconut, which could have punch in it.
And he just kicked more than punch.
That's a very good point, too. Oh, I'll ponder that. Anyway, let's get into the draft here as the Jace is going to be banned away first. Keen, not allowed to play that one. I expect that we're going to look for something like a Rumble or a Gwen. We haven't really liked the Gwen. Maybe an Aphiri first pick, but I am also still a bit apprehensive about that one. Of course, your favorite player, Lucid, and Chronicles, of course. You guys fight over him all the time.
I'm glad you mentioned him second. I appreciate it.
I had to do it. But of course, they made it work. We'll see whether Pureshik is going to opt towards that one as well. I believe they have been picking it a lot very early in their drafts. Xin Zhao probably should be the ban here.
Would make sense. You know, there's also like the Callisto opener available, which we've seen often banned early on. Sejuani going to come through with the ban. Maybe thinking of leaving Gwen open and a little bit concerned about Sejuani Gwen. Rumble makes it very telegraphed that they want to try and secure like a Gwen in this first pick. Will they just ban it, or will they leave it open and just be happy with Keen taking a matchup into that he feels comfortable on? We obviously saw the Jax played into it earlier from Shiwu, went pretty well.
I think the Callista is the other one that we've seen almost feel mandatory.
So this feels rough because, I mean, if they pick the Xin Zhao, sure.
I like the Xin Zhao way more. I actually think this is a really good pivot.
Maybe they're just banking on Keen not taking the Gwen? Seems like an interesting play to go for.
One thing I do really like, though, from the DN Freaks is that they've identified that these proximity damage reduction circles, when paired together, make for a difficult time.
Yeah.
So taking at least half of that away, and the Xin Zhao half, I think, is the stronger half.
Ghana?
This is not... Wait, hang on a second. You said it'd be funny.
It would be funny.
This is the way to make it happen. Skana has not been very good here in the LCK.
They are taking the Gwen away.
But this is exactly what we saw do absolutely nothing in our previous game.
This is not very convincing from Gen G so far. What are the Freaks going to bring out into the Gwen, though? Because the fact they telegraphed the Gwen setup and then went for the...
Insta-lock Ambessa for Dudu.
I like the Talia.
Why is Talia left available, though? That's the crazy thing. Do you have to pick Skarner there?
No.
Well,
No,
Chovy
you
is
don't.
thinking about a Corki. We saw BDD have a phenomenal game on the Corki yesterday. Might be something that Chovy is thinking of mimicking here.
I feel like the draft priority's been a little bit weird from Gen.G in this one. I do think DM Freaks, they invest into Gwen. Not a matchup we've seen go swimmingly a lot of the times recently. But, yeah.
Huh. So, I do think that there's been some liberties taken by Gen.G in this draft. Liberties that I guess they have earned. They are undefeated here in the LCK thus far. With a loss here, they're not going to care. I mean, Hummer Life Esports just lost to KT, so they're definitely going to remain in first place no matter what.
Would be funny.
It would definitely be funny, though, and that is the main thing. That's what we need everyone to hold on to. Chronicler was adamant that the one loss that Gen.G would get this season was going to be against KT.
I feel like KT already got the HLE upset, though. Do they have another in the bag?
I mean, it'd be a bit more expected then, wouldn't it? And when things are expected, that's not KT. That's not how that one works. Bans coming through. MF and Varus going to be taken away here.
Probably Alistair.
Is it just like, I feel like Duro's going to play something like a Blitzcrank or something.
I feel like he'll just grab Alistair here, no?
Oh wait, yeah, Alistair's up, never mind.
I thought they were going to ban that there. Oh, instead, Zaya?
Could you not pick Rakan? No, never mind. You don't
not want Rakan
because
into Talia, but why are you picking Zaya?
If you can't pick Rakan.
But also, I just feel like the prio here on Zaya is a little weird to me.
Yeah.
I think here, DM Freaks, you could go like... I mean, definitely Alistair is a great pickup, but you could go in a situation like Kai'Sa Alistair works.
Yeah, honestly, like, man, if this was any other series, if this wasn't first versus 10th, I would just be saying that this draft is cooked.
Yeah.
The Zeri being considered here. Berserker, of course, absolutely the hard carry for this team, playing a champion that can hard carry by himself. They've got the Rakan. The Talia is on their team, and so Life is going to have free reign over the battlefield. Duro will be able to play the Alistair. That is going to give him a fair bit of power, but I do think that what DN Freaks are representing right now is like cream of the crop for this, like, on this patch right now, this is like almost the best champions outside of maybe top lane.
I do think that Rakan was a mistake, though, because it felt like they were trying to deny it, but you want them to play Rakan into Talia. They should have just gone the Alistair. I think it would have been the better pickup.
Oh, right, and then just like baited Duro into playing it themselves.
Yeah.
And I guess Zeri isn't cream of the crop, but I'm like looking at Talia Zinzao, and I'm like, how do you...
Talia Zinzao is pretty great. You know, I think this has been a weird priority in terms of draft for Gen.G. They kind of looked out with the R5 Alistair, but not super convincing.
Yeah, I'm feeling if there's ever a chance for the DN Freaks to do it, it is in a game like this. Utilizing blue side very effectively. Love the Xin first pick and giving away the Gwen that we haven't seen find quite as much success. And this could be their opportunity to do it. Man, wouldn't that be that'd be a crazy day. The DN Freaks just come in and go 2-0 in this week. Of course, they still need HLE to be taken down.
Even if they don't win, if D+ are the most convincing team on a day when Gen.G are playing, that would be crazy.
That would mean that my birthday has some power. That's what it'd feel like. And that is certainly a cool feeling. All right, DN Freaks, it's a good-looking draft. We'll see whether they can make it work against the Gen.G that we have to remember, right? Nameplates are on. These players are really good. I remember Ruler playing Xayah in 2017. That was a good year for him. So let's see how it works as we jump into the Rift for Game 1.
시간사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, and it's a bit of a conundrum. Man, I feel like people getting their predictions in with their channel points, this is going to be a bit of a rough one. Like, do you actually go for the potential upset because you like the look of the draft, or is it just too crazy to bet against Gen.G?
Just go all in.
Oh man,
just go all in.
That is some Orcs chaotic energy right
Yep,
there.
just go all in on DNF, because if you win, it would just be insane, and your name would be at the top. It'd be like, this person has won this much.
Oh, that's true.
And if you lose, you know,
your name won't be anywhere.
Channel
So
point
that's fine.
bankruptcy is just, it's not that bad. You can
You'll
earn it
feel
back.
like a bro fan, and like that's a great place to be.
Maybe all in minus enough to pay bro tax.
Yep. As you can see, Gen.G have an infinite lead right now, as Ruler has 5 gold, as you can see. So not looking great as far as this start. Never mind. Pulled it back.
Well,
we're even.
How would it be an infinite lead? Because
all right, they already have money. I understand, okay, but like the amount of money that they've got off the map so far was infinitely more.
That is true.
Outside of passive gold.
Outside of the free gold they get from Boris.
You know, as soon as I said that, I knew that it was wrong, and I didn't want you to call me out, and you called me out anyway.
That's how Boris ropes you in. He gives you the free gold at the start of the game.
Yeah, and keeps giving you a little bit over and over again.
He's like, come back, come over here, you know? I'll give you a good deal.
That's how he gets you.
And then he sells you some whack item.
Like a Zeke's Convergence. Oh, man. Talk to Adid about that one. He can teach you about whether you should be buying it. Just buy a redemption. It's OP. Yeah, that's what I learned as Keen. So which patch is it again? Chovy is just going to walk towards Bulldog, as we can see. Chovy does a fair bit of walking towards players when he's on the Corki.
You can see the mechanics on display as he just right-clicked towards him and then auto-attacked him. You know,
I remember I feel like he finds windows to do that more than any other player, and it's really frustrating.
His laning is pretty obnoxious.
Yeah.
Like, you see him so often. Matchups where either they're not even favored towards him in terms of the champions, or they're supposed to be even, and then he just does things that just break that apart.
I remember I think it was like one of the DK versus Gen Gs, as we've got a little bit of a fight here, but nothing too much going to come of it. Star-Crossed lovers in this game, which is pretty cool. But what I was going to say is, I think it was Showmaker versus Chovy in the mid lane, and it was just Orianna versus Azir, something we'd seen a million times be just a farm fest, a snooze fest, right, in the mid lane. Chovy just, like, walks at him, hits him with cogs, runs him down the lane, he flashes away, Chovy flashes to follow and kills him.
I don't know why, but when you said hits him with cogs,
just throws little cog mods at him.
That's all I could picture. It was just...
Were they the pug skin as well?
Yes.
In your head?
Honestly, they should make a skin. Like, they should make one of the April Fool's skin where she just...
Cogmore is just made out of cogs?
Yes, and then Orianna just throws cogs.
All right, well, Canyon is going to make his way in and then make his way out. That was very comical based on the camera angle. Thank you, Jonas Strong. That was very, very good. He's just out of there. As it is going to be the Rift Scuttlers exchanged. Keen actually getting the worst end of this trade, as we can see. So we're going to have to play a little bit of catch-up in the lane.
Maybe our LCK tops are just getting better at Ambessa, you know?
Which is weird, because Ambessa had that time where she was just kind of winning every matchup, and then as soon as you, like, as soon as she got back to being like, well, you have to just be good to win, everyone went back to learning, and now they've come back up again. There's certainly that ebb and flow.
Maybe I'm speaking too soon, though. We'll see how it plays out, but obviously, you know, she was someone who's put a lot of priority on the pick and managed to deliver.
Morgan as well.
Yep.
Although finding a little bit less success. As Bulldog takes a phosphorus bomb.
But maybe choosing to find less success, you know?
Well, this is the thing. It's like, bro, everything is done by their design.
Yeah.
Whether it's positive or negative, it doesn't matter. It's all about participation and having a good time. As Wave going to crash into this turret. Chovy going to go for a bit of a back.
Should get the cannon. Didn't even need the Q, but had it any...
misses one.
Oh,
but that was...
Okay.
That was the turret definitely prioritizing correctly there. Didn't know quite which one was closer. That is going to benefit from that. As
could have been a lot worse.
It's only one missed, and he's only one CS behind. As nice little walk out there from Ruler. Life taking a bit of damage, but you can see it's Duru taking the worst end of that trade. And right now, Gen.G kind of on the back foot, catching waves, as we can see. But not really too many disasters or anything like that happening right now. And we're just going to clear up everything.
Pretty tame so far.
Yeah. And, okay, so we don't necessarily like the Gen.G draft. I do feel like if they're able to just get to a late game unscathed, they're probably feeling fantastic, right? It's just that we didn't expect that to necessarily work. Is that sort of where we're at?
I mean, even there, like...
I guess it's a Zeri situation.
Yeah, like, Ambessa scales pretty well. I mean, I know Gwen is obviously a monster in team fights, but Ambessa's late game is pretty solid. Talia's pretty fine in the later stages. Like, I think that, you know, if they went into late game even, I think, yeah, you can feel relatively positive, but...
You're not feeling as negative, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's one of these things where it's like, it's not clear-cut that, like, you hit, you know, some compositions, you're like, oh, if they go late, they're chilling. It's not that, you know?
Well, Canyon is moving in, but we got to fight on the top side of the map as well. Dudu dashing around like a madman. As Canyon doesn't find the rock, Chovy is looking to get up here as well, as there's the public execution. And Dudu just grabs first blood. That's a solo kill. Pyoshik was just observing.
I mean, that's the thing, is the pressure of Pyoshik being there might have changed how Keen had to play it, but at the end of the day, it's a solo kill, and Dudu was finding some great trades into the Gwen. And
is this the Dudu we've been waiting for?
This is the one matchup we felt good about for Gen G. This was the one matchup where, like, hey, you know, Gwen has typically done very well in Tambessa. Well, apparently not.
No, not quite working out. As Keen gonna have to make his way back to lane. He's got a cool little mask, but Dudu's going to come back with a whole bunch more. And so, of course, like, it's not end of the world, right? Gwen is still going to be Gwen later on. And we've seen quite a few get very, very focused in the early game and still have great performances. Doran's more recent one coming to mind, of course. As Chovy's still Chovying, but it's not to the levels that we've seen before. Like, this is Bulldog definitely standing his ground. As we're going to check this out one more time. Level 6 is hit by both of these.
Yeah, and Dudu doing a lot of upfront damage. Keen commits the ult quite late.
Yeah, it just does not do anything at all.
The ult re-engage. Pretty nice from Dudu. And maybe, you know, if Pyoshik hadn't been there, Keen would have aggressed with the ult a bit more, but I don't think you're winning that.
Nope.
Regardless.
So, excellently played here by the top laner of the DN Freaks. And we'll see whether they can find some more success, as it is not a gold lead. Like, that doesn't exist. There is just a little bit too much of an advantage for Ruler at the moment, but I think you're happy to just invest a little bit in Berserker. Hope that he doesn't die or anything like that, but if he's a little bit behind, he's still a Zeri. Just takes one skirmish and he can get out of control. And now DN Freaks, they have first roam to kind of everything.
Yeah, we see Gen G all looking to contest this. There's a 3v3 with the top laner starting to move.
Yeah, Canyon goes in though. Seismic Shove is good there from Bulldog as he's just getting thrown around. The Impale is decent as Pyoshik there with the Crescent Guard doesn't have a whole lot of defense, but he audaciously charges away. Keen trying to be immune and does get that sniff to take down the Xin Zhao. Another phenomenal shove though, and the public execution, but the pulverize from Duro, he's just saving the fight for Gen G! And Bulldog almost slammed into the wall. It was almost even worse. As the DN Freaks can't make it happen, Berserker trying to fight back against Ruler. And Ruler barely even noticing from what we can see here.
It's absurd to me that Gen G won that fight.
It feels illegal
going into it. And I think it's some bad target selection from DNF and also the late top lane moves. So firstly, Life is level 6, Drew is level 5, and the Rakan ultimate should be so impactful. But so much CC is focused on a Canyon. He's so tanky right now, he doesn't care. Keen gets there first, Dudu is a little late, and so Pyoshik is basically dead off the rip, you know? Life is also very low HP, all the CC burned. And yes, they try and turn it onto Duro, but Chovy and Keen have just been free hitting this whole time. Bulldog's even out of mana.
Yeah.
And I think, honestly, the fact that you had level 6 for Life over Duro, that should have been a one fight, and I think just poor target selection really cost them there.
Yeah, feels a little bit like the nameplate situation becoming a bit of a problem here, but Dudu was their 1 point of power, and now Canyon's going to turn up, and Keen just going to put him in his circle and cut him down. There goes the Ambessa one more time, and it's a killing spree now for Keen. Okay, so gets solo killed, turns that into, I'm a bit angry, I've got a bounty of 220 gold, and very close to completing his first item.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the sort of Gwen you want to be dealing with.
But it was! It used to be! You know?
Once upon a time.
Yeah, everything was going great. I feel like we're back in the B&K series where you've got Vikla getting a double kill on his undefeated rise, and then everything falls apart. And it's happened at about the same cadence here in the next matchup.
Yeah.
Because Gen G have a 2,000 gold lead here at 10.5 minutes. Like, that's silly. Okay, well, Riftmaker going to come on through. Yuntal's done here for Ruler as well, as they collected themselves a dragon. That one goes on over. So Hextech going to be the first one. Next one going to be an Infernal. And so it could be an underwhelming dragon. We're going to need you to focus.
Okay,
a little bit. This could be the one win condition that the DN Freaks have left, you know?
It is a pretty late first dragon, though, so I'm not feeling too optimistic that they're going to get to a soul in this situation.
I think you're just being a negative Nancy, okay? We need you to stay positive. DN Freaks, like, this is, they're not going to get a better draft than this, okay, Orcs?
Yeah, it's frustrating because around that grub fight, they definitely could have won it. But I think, you know, they still have a lot of global pressure from the Taliyah. Want to see them being proactive and finding some picks, I think, is the ideal thing in this game.
I would agree with you. It's a 24 CS lead for Ruler here. Just a BF sword done for Berserker, as we can see, and Yuntal's already complete. No shoes or anything like that. Ruler just rushed straight towards that item, but it's a decent spike for this stage of the game. And DN Freak's going to be hard to fight back.
It's one of those things where the sooner you get it, the sooner it's stacked. The sooner you get the full value out of the item.
Yeah.
You know, even though maybe not the strongest one-item spike, the earlier you get it, the quicker you're going to be, you know, scootering towards 2 and 3 items with a full set of crit strike, you know?
Man, watching this top lane looked a whole lot more competitive earlier on. Now 800 gold the lead. Completed item, though, as you can see, it's just bits and bobs here for Dudu, and a full Rift Maker done for Keen. So just no real ability to fight back. So there's just going to be control of everything here for Gen G. And the problem that I have is sometimes, like, especially in our previous series, right, you know that DK and BNK, if you wait for a mistake, they'll make one. Gen G don't always make one. Canyon looking towards the top side of the map as public execution going to be used just to try and get out of the way. And Dudu will be able to utilize that. Didn't have flash, of course, but the ult going to be enough.
It was a great ult, honestly. Finding the angle onto Keen to get back on the tower, dodge away from all the CC. So well played there from Dudu to dodge that one away and mitigate that bit of pressure from Canyon.
Some positives. I like it. As bottom side of the map, it was Chovy just farming up against Bulldog. We're going to go back now. I wonder whether it's Trinity Force completed here at 13 minutes. That would be a decent timing. As Ruler throwing some feathers around, and Duro just trampling, having a great time. And yes, so everything a little quiet now. Rift Herald going to be up in 2 minutes' time.
I love how that Ambessa skin with the movement speed looks like she's pod racing.
Now that's pod racing. Oh, heck yeah. Man, I haven't seen the Phantom Menace in so long.
Yeah?
Weren't pod races like the coolest thing ever when you first saw that movie?
It made some great video games.
Oh, it also made some great Lego.
Oh, yeah.
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 I had like Gasgano and Sebulba and, and Anakin's like pod races.
Preach
oh, man, they were so good.
No, I had a game for the PC, like I think it was the original pod racing game, and then they made another one that I had for the PlayStation, and they were both, I played them so much.
I played the first one. I played the first one so much. I think I played it on GameCube. It got re-released, so I bought it on Switch as well.
Oh man, I remember you could like upgrade. You know, you could win new pods. You could also like buy upgrades for it.
Yep. It was like an RPG.
The repair droids you could get. Oh man.
And you could make them so fast that half the game was unplayable.
Yes.
You just couldn't turn. Oh, it was very good. The boost was absurd in that game. Anyway, we are focusing on something else. There is a quickness coming on in. Keen is just dead. Great seismic shove there from Bulldog. No notes. As the DN Freaks just grabbed themselves a pick.
Good setup, good pick. You know, good follow-up from Bulldog. Shutdown as well. That's the sort of thing you need to be happening. Making those proactive plays if you want to get back into this game.
All right, we might be talking about the video game. Never mind. Canyon going to convince us not to. He flashes, going to get the shove into the wall, but doesn't quite get the stun. Impale will be flashed. As Chovy turns up, he's like, Canyon, you promised. He's going to make a Talia kebab. That does not happen. And so Gen G just going to have to settle with a crab for now, and it looks like a bigger crab that has just spawned might go over to them as well. Yeah. Still, like, they have all of the control ever.
No TP for Bulldog, and even if you did, I'm not sure you want to fight this. I think just letting Dudu have some pressure on the bot side. I don't think he can take this turret right now, but he was getting some good damage onto it.
I still think the DNF are making the right choices, right? They're not over-pressing. They're seeing whether Gen G are going to get a bit complacent, right? So they're keeping their eye on him, not stepping over the line. And they know that they have the Berserker situation, right? We know certification is just around the corner no matter what.
One big flub fight, and Zeri can take over a game. Oh, yeah. Here, Life ulting early, so he can immediately W out of vision and connect onto him. Not much counterplay there for Keen. Good moves coming out.
Yep.
Dragon is now up and available. If you want to lean towards a Soul Wincon, I definitely think you need to secure this one. So we'll see how much effort DNF really put towards it.
And maybe it's the chance, you know? One item done for Berserker, not exactly the greatest time, especially with Ruler sitting on a pickaxe and a BF sword, as well as the same item. There are some completed shoes.
The same item, but with stacks on it already, you know?
Oh, that's true.
The extra value.
One of these things ain't like the other. As Dudu just taking the poke damage here from Chovy. Chovy doesn't do a lot of moving away from enemy champions, does he?
It feels like he's just stat checking, you know?
Yeah.
And it's working.
He didn't click away once, though, in that instance. Normally when Ambessa is dashing towards you, you're like a bit intimidated.
He just knows.
Yeah. Not lore-accurate Ambessa, because that is just like Yordle sitting on a dog. And he's like, no, I'm not afraid.
Well, I mean, we did see... No, there'd be spoilers for Arcane, as we know. Some people haven't seen Arcane Season 2.
Oh, that's true, but I don't think he's ever going to see it. He's a hater.
Yeah, you know.
Oh, man, I feel like he's catching strays all over the place. But why does he have... Like, he's the one. Like, sorry.
It's not my fault he didn't watch Arcane.
Yeah. That's all right. Hemba Pole onto Dudu here. Chovy distracted by an inner turret. Duro just keeping him interested as they do just take this one down. Pioshik will be able to get the second dragon, and it's a Cloud Soul, baby.
It is your birthday.
It is. I love to see it. All right, Keen hit by a couple of rocks, but otherwise everything is going to be all right. And Chovy collects himself the blue buff as well as Canyon as Gen G make their way out. So a second dragon going over to the DN Freaks. That win condition still going to be there, but it looks like Gen G just not really worried about that one. They're just going to extend their gold lead by taking in a turret money. And Keen, a big benefactor of that one, 1,000 gold in the lead, as well as Canyon. This is the largest lead, especially in the early game that we've seen for Ascana.
Yeah, not the champion you typically expect to be a lead on. This Xin Zhao, you know, a pick that we've praised so heavily, it's been such high priority, not really having any impact yet.
Yep. Look at all of those Heartsteel stacks as well that Canyon has built up.
18? You know that means he gets, let me work it out. 18 extra max health?
Oh my goodness!
And
that can only extend.
Yep. You know, you buy another item, like you buy Riftmaker. Actually, that's not true, because the more health you get, the more AP you get from Riftmaker. Well, you buy actually, that's also not true, because with Triforce, you know, the base AD goes up.
Yeah.
Well, if you buy Yunta, actually, no, as you get more crit stacks.
I think I see what you're doing here.
Yeah. You know, there's some items that you just get the upfront value, and some they just, you know, bit of dividends.
Yep, I do like that Heartsteel shows us at all times just how not a lot it's getting.
Yeah, maybe like Riftmaker should show how much free AP you're getting, and Triforce should show how much the proc does, and Yuntal should show the crit chance.
And when you hit like max stacks, it just says max in the big red letters, so like feels like you get the dopamine.
And it's also your name.
And it's my name, so it'd be all over the Rift, and that'd be cool. It's my birthday. I'm allowed to say things like that today. Absolutely. If I was to say it tomorrow, call me out on it. That would be rude.
Yep.
As Duro is going to tell Dudu that it is just not his time. He's not allowed to defend this turret. He will say, all right. DN Freak's trading towards the top side, though. And whenever we see a team that is behind, trading evenly, that feels good. This, unfortunately, though, is not an even trade. The Rift Arrow going to go down, and Gen G is still pushing here towards his bottom side as well. As, all right, public execution onto Chovy, but Duro's going to turn up, and he's just dead.
Yeah.
Duro was quite recently there.
Yeah, you know, out of sight, out of mind.
Object permanence is a difficult thing to accomplish sometimes.
Yeah, just kind of give a kill over to Chovy, which I don't think he needed a kill. He was already pretty ahead, but...
I also can't believe I just objectified Alistair there.
Yeah, that was pretty... Just because he's an animal doesn't mean he's not...
He is still an object, but it still felt rude. As Pioshik tried to take the Raptors away from Canyon. Canyon going to get ulted away. And the smite is going to come on through, but Canyon can drive through that one. There's the flash at the same time. It's a scary Skarner, and he just picks up the Xin Zhao, who cannot do anything. He used everything to try and escape. And he still had the ulti. And so now Canyon is just going to come on over and continue the work Keen has put in onto this Arakan.
You may think, right, well, of course Canyon's going to try so hard to get him. He gets a kill. They get the Arakan off it. Actually, the reason he went for that is he wanted the Heartsteel stack. He's now got an extra 20 from when we previously checked in. 38.
That's power right there. All right, teleport for Chovy immediately gets towards that bottom side, so no inner turret going to go down just here. And he gets back to his agricultural work. Pretty good at farming things out, as we know.
Gen G coming in with a pretty late feats of strength.
Yeah. Took a while. As DN Freaks took the first turret, so it had to be the extra objective, and those two dragons that DNF took made it a little bit difficult. So Arakan now being picked up by Gen G. They got the couple of grubs from earlier on. And the Rift Herald as well. So more just topside focus here from Gen G. That is going to net them those feats of strength.
I am looking at the pedals though. DNF at 15, which is kind of crazy considering.
It's not too bad.
They didn't get the Atakan. Sometimes you see teams get the Atakan and they only have 15.
True.
And we'll see what Gen G have in a moment. I did earlier today criticize Ruler for having walked past a pedal. 19? You guys got Atakan, you only have 19? Okay, I'm ready to call out. Gen G are not a pedal-focused team.
I think they need to focus a little bit more on the pedals.
Yeah.
And I'm actually really glad because we needed to have some negative feedback.
Yeah, this is my main criticism.
Yep. All right, Rockets flying around. Life getting taken down to half health, but of course he's a Rakan. Not going to be dying just yet. Keen moving on over and just set up in a defensive position so that this wave is not going to go to waste. DNF. Their turn to move on the map right now as the teleport is going to bring the Ambassador in. Gen G starting this one up, not wanting to give away Soul Point. And Canyon, very, very strong. It's like super tanky right now. Duro looking for a flank angle, as is Kane. And Gen G all the while just sticking onto this dragon. Okay, headbutt does pull Pyoshik around, but that is still going to be secure by Canyon. Dudu in that backline. Keen just fighting everyone he can find. And Chovy now just going to use the seismic shove, it feels like, to close the distance. Bulldog going to be flashing away, though. Keen trying to dash away, and Berserker goes too far forward, baited by the low health bars. And DNF not going to be able to fight anymore. Public execution going to be a little bit of a public flub there from Dudu. And Chovy just going to finish off this turret. Gen G continuing to push forward. There's Ruler now just saying, enough with this silliness. It's time to die.
Canyon looking for another Heartsteel stack. And I guess a kill too.
It's all about the Heartsteel stacks. You can tell that Orcs is a ARAM gamer.
Yeah.
Which is what he's going to have to go back to playing now that Arena is gone.
Oh, don't remind. How?
Sorry. As Dudu is possibly dead, but he does have good old shielding and dashing and all that stuff.
And you can see after that, Canyon kind of lost a little bit of interest, and then you see Ruler's like, no, give me the kill, please. And he's like,
Well, Duro is going, never mind. In comes Canyon now. Let's see whether they can actually kill him as Duro is taking them for a merry ride. Finally flashes. Headbutt comes in. Pulverize not going to connect, though, because Dudu is just able to dash all the time forever. And he's still going. He's still going. He's got the movement speed from the Cloud Rift. And he's out. On vision as well. Just to make sure that they know.
That was a little bit absurd. Okay. And look, I know what people are going to be thinking. They'll see that play and think, wow, what mobility creep. Kassadin was doing that sort of thing in like Season 3.
Hey, that's true.
Season 2. Here, yeah, Gen G, very strong. Chovy, the just walking at them strategy.
It reminds me of that X-Peke play from a million years ago as well on Italy, where he just sort of like danced around the rift and then survived. Maybe this will go down in history like that one did.
Perhaps. Ruler really wanted to close this game out quick. He's like, I'm done. Playing it safe. Flashes in, has the ult for backup, doesn't need it.
Yep, that's Ruler who's just kind of done with it as, okay, Ruler might be done with being on the rift right now, but he does use the Featherstorm, creates the distance, and holds the recall. Oh man, Life is so close to dead as well as there's the crash. Bulldog gonna go down, and that's a double.
You know what's the saddest thing about Skarner?
What's that?
Is when you ult them.
Oh god, Life is trying to work out what he needs to do there, and he just came up with nothing.
When you ult them, you can't auto them, right? Because you're locked in to the animation. So both of them had Heartsteel stacks, and Canyon's just staring at them, not able to take them. Ruler takes the kill.
No.
He has the Infinity Edge now. He's doing so much damage, and
I mean, at least he has 104 now. That's a decent number. As it's 25 minutes into the game, and Gen G are thinking that maybe that's enough time spent in the game. As they have a 12,000 gold lead. The Nexus turrets are going to go down. We felt like, as far as the draft was concerned, maybe there was a chance, but as it turned out, the first place team is performing a little bit better here in the LCK than the 10th place team. Game 1 going over to Gen G.
Yeah, not really generating a lot of hope, I feel like, for this matchup, but I think it was always going to be a rough uphill one. It is still only game 1, but I think Gen G just kind of looked, at times, a bit clinical in that game.
Yeah. It feels a little bit like business as usual sometimes for Gen G, and when there's Chovy playing a carry like Corky that really loves to hoover up the minions and then just stand and deliver as far as damage is concerned, just can feel like they're just going through the motions, and they did. They went through the motions.
Who has the ability to stand and deliver? Isn't it a different champion?
Is that an ability name?
Is it? It sounds like an ability name.
It does sound like an ability name. Is that anyone's ability name? Let us know, chat. As Chovy did the most damage in the game, and Ruler also doing a fair bit as well, especially that last team fight was pretty effectual. And we have to remember back to the fact that Dudu got a solo kill to start this one off. Definitely good news for the top side of the DN Freaks, but that was where it kind of stopped.
Yeah, you know, Best of Strong's going up a little bit, but I feel like Shiwu is working his hardest to bring up the win rate, and it is being tanked again and again. Unfortunately,
I'm not getting any information on stand and deliver, so maybe we'll have to figure it out.
Making it up.
Might be something else, but now we're going back to the drawing board. So are the DN Freaks, and we'll see whether they can find a victory in game number 2. For now, I'll break, then the space to break it down, and we'll have that second game. We'll see you soon.
라칸은 그냥 와도 야 이거 라칸 뒤돈 거 같은데 뭔가 느낌이? 뒤돌았다. 야 나 안 뺏어 뚫는데. 서서히 괜찮을 것 같은데?
이거 나 없다고.
나 버릴 생각 할래요? 나 봐줄래? 탈려 노플이거든 지금. 이거
이거 이렇게 쪼여줄 수 있는데.
야 펜타 뭐야? 약간 여기 잡았구나. 어딘가 있는데. 야 끝내러 가자. 오케이. 나 탈기감 좀 어땠어? 좋은데? 나도 너가 말하는 동시에 너무 세했어 상대 무빙이. 좋은데? 탈기감지?
와, 이거 사방에서 아리가 지금 그다음에 아리가 돌파 그리고 비에고가 돌파 아리가 딱딱 쓸어버리는데요. 본대 다 죽었어. 페이커 트리플킬 본대 다 죽었어요. 한 번 더 위쪽까지 남은 거 사이온. 또 사이온입니까? 사이온까지 이건 또 사이온. 퍼드라
chegando junto com essa galera toda. O Mireu faz uma entrada meio tímida ainda. Tá longe o Wise, ele vai buscar um flanco, mas o tempo tá acabando. Lá de trás, o ultimate do Snacker não foi muito efetivo. O Mireu também não. Vai cercando o Carioca, que tem que sair com flash. Ficaram atordoados e já morreu o Curi. Caiu também o Wise. A galera da Isurus vem. Os amigos do Barão vão garantir o ace pra acabar o jogo.
Dignitas are starting up the Dragon, and FlyQuest don't want to allow them to stop that soul stack. Whippo making his way forward towards the Dignitas lines, Chains of Corruption, finding massive pop blossom from Muzio. He's on a rampage, and Dignitas is on a one-way road to the cemetery. A beautiful engage from the FlyQuest support. Massive team fight for Fly.
Get loud and ready. It's time to settle the score. Get loud and ready.
3 kills to Vitality and an exposed Dragon. No jungler alive, but Vladdy, he's feeling himself.
He's got the killer instinct. Pop Blossom, in fact, was the one he stole away. He gets in, Niski's down, the Drake's still there as well. Oh, they've just done it! They've deleted them in front of their home crowd. 4-0 from Vladdy and Kalist.
In the 2 versus 4, Vladdy and Kalist make magic happen.
The life that we relish, I'm telling it. I'm the star of the show and the regiment. Can't stop me, bro. Ain't no pedaling, ain't no riding the wave. Staring right in your face.
赶上车，
那会儿的老牛在底下塞太博，还想来做出了刚才这个进化子，闪现一进去杀2只，我用同样的地形，老母拿了3杀，还有无敌4杀，
无杀在手，
三太博被减速到了，The Shine，再一杀，老母也能拿5杀吗？
游戏音效修好了，就是这么给力。
刚修好了，进来就听到一个 Penta Kill。
原来是为了要听 Penta Kill 的音效。
You know the crowd is ready. Get loud and ready. It's time to settle the score.
Skewmon doesn't have flash available, but Blue Smite comes in. Caitlyn ulti, ace in the hole, and Kalist running out only. Just Kana's now here. Skewmon caught out his flash again. Burned before. Good knockup from Targovan. Pulverized into the wall and snipped down by the Seamstress. Kalist picks up the kill while Kana is getting free hit by Hansama, who's stacked up lethal tempo. Kalist jumps in! What balls on this kid? Onto LeBron, the ulti block. But there's the Weaver's wall. Vladdy will seal the deal surely. LeBron has flushed away. Kalist somehow, some way, that 18-year-old came to play.
Kalist styling on Hansama.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the space as the #1 team in the LCK give up first blood, but find a way back on in and dominate the rest of game #1 against the DN Automotive Freaks. I'm Digon here alongside Chronicler and Wadid, and y'all, it started so good for DNF, but it just didn't quite work out. They couldn't see where they were going.
And really realistically, I was not a big fan of the draft from Gen G, and that is not something that often happens. I feel like generally they have been very consistent in the type of compositions they draft, but their team fighting is so insanely clean. But it's first let's own in this draft, because we saw this and we were like, and the Costas as well, even knowing the nameplates, we're like, ooh, I don't know about that.
No, I mean, in this timeline, Xin Zhao, Taliyah in the same team, it cannot happen. You know, like we all know that Xin Zhao is so OP.
Good.
And even Pantheon, Vi, Sejuani is out. And also, like, Taliyah is just so OP. We all know that. But they just gave it up and they picked Skarner and Corki. And we all know that those champions are not working that well in the mid jungle right now. But Genji somehow showed up with some insane damage. And
look at this!
Like, look at the stats. Stats never lie, by the way. Stats never lies.
Well, I mean, they definitely do, but not in this case.
No, not in this case.
I think both these champions have really dropped off in priority. I think the Corki is one that obviously when it's Chovy, we give him a lot of leeway, and as we saw again, it just feels like he spikes earlier. I don't really know how he does it. There was the bot lane play that blew our minds. Where
maybe it's Genji who actually picks Skarner and Corki in screens over and over again. And making that, like, it looks so good.
Everyone else
is trying that, right?
And it doesn't work! Only they can play it!
Yeah, I just feel like we constantly have the opportunity to see those picks, and it just doesn't quite work out. Here at our first highlight of the match, though, 22 minutes in the Drake fight. This was a big one.
Yeah, I mean, here clearly shows that how Genji is good in team fights. I was just mentally shocked. Like, the details, you know?
What is particularly impressive to me, and this is something that Gen G does better than any other team in the LCK at the moment, which is also...
Look at Diro! Look at Diro!
It's legitimately the ebb and flow. They do so insanely well, right? As Wadid is highlighting, playing with the health bars, going in, getting max value, going out, waiting for cooldowns, and then jumping back in again.
Yes. It's all about the knowledge, right? Like, you are 1 HP, but you still have flash and combo. So you're kind of predicting that Zeri is gonna jump in whenever he has the momentum. And like Berserker, he had his timing, right? But you already knew it. And like the more I watch him playing, he's just so good. Like Diro is actually one of the best opponents in LCK right now. He's actually so good at playmaking, the champion pool, the team fighting, laning phase.
It is what a big thing for me is that you see that draft, right? And Skarner has really struggled. We've particularly seen Skarner struggle when he's paired with mid laners that don't really come online early, that don't really have the burst. And that's something that we've really had an issue with Corki specifically, is that it feels like he should be doing damage, but then he isn't really. So the fact that Gen.G are able to win these fights very early on is such a peak Gen.G thing. It's something we've seen them do consistently, but it still blows my mind that if any other team plays this combo, you'd be talking about how weak the mid jungle is, right? We're again against Talia Xin.
Maybe I want to talk about their bot draft as well.
Sure.
Because
let's take a look at that.
Yeah, I mean, they played Zeri and Rakan, and I think that picks kind of ruined the draft. You know, I was talking about so many times that you need the bot priority to do something, especially when you have to play on Drake cycle. You gotta have your bot priority to set up the Drake earlier and set up the objectives. But here, I think they had most OP, like overpowered mid jungle combination, but they had like weakest lane in the bot lane. So maybe that was the issue for a DNF right there. So I know. I think Berserker is one of the players who need to like carry over the DNF, but I feel like he needs to pick something that it gets a priority to help the team, help to get the early priorities.
And DNF is going to go back to the blue side as we would expect, I think. But I want to echo what allowed DNF to get back was particularly the level of play from Pyoshi and Life being a lot better. I'm not really expecting them to quite step up to the point where they can match Duro and Canyon for very obvious reasons. But I do also hope we sold the cams there. I think they looked really distraught, and I kind of hope that they didn't let this get to them because, in case you haven't watched any LCK, Gen.G hasn't lost yet.
And maybe they will today, or maybe that's a cap. Let's send back over to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Hats off for a phenomenal performance on the space. I wasn't watching, so I assume something good happened. Gen.G just with another phenomenal victory. And for some reason, something's come into my head, Ox. Yep. This might be an Olge moment, because this is referencing a movie from a very long time ago. But Mel Brooks, I'm sure, just if you're a comedy fan, you know, and you've gone back and watched his previous works, you know? Spaceballs was a great film.
Yeah.
A great film. Dark Helmet, brilliant character.
Oh, yeah.
Really has a lot of Chronicle energy. If you were to go back, Rick Moranis had a phenomenal performance and he wielded the downside of the Schwartz just so effectively, much like what Chronicler does.
I think that's true.
Yeah.
I think that's true.
Anyway, that's enough Olge references. But if you haven't watched it, like, come on, like, Comb the Desert. Oh, what an incredible moment.
You know what film I'd also recommend on a similar vein? Have you seen Galaxy Quest?
Yes, love that.
Bang it. Oh man.
Alan Rickman in that movie.
Alan Rickman.
I didn't even know that it was him until like way later.
Alan Rickman in movies.
Oh, that's actually such a good point.
Yeah.
Die Hard?
Oh, man.
You realize that you love all of these films that he's in, and then you realize he's in them like after like so many years, and you're like, hang on, my entire like childhood was like formed by you. Thank you so much, Alan Rickman. Just in general. Oh my God, just incredible stuff. Anyway, that's enough old movie references and phenomenal actors aside. Let's get into a draft here as the Dan Freaks look to once again try their hand at taking down the undefeatable Gen.G. I think we were actually talking about this off stage as well. Chronicler mentioned this might be why Skarner Gwen has been first rotated by a lot of teams and not really worked out. We were thinking that maybe that's it. It's the Gen.G mind control with like, yeah, no, it's really good.
Guys, you're not Gen.G, okay? And that's okay. You don't have to be Gen.G. We've seen teams who are not Gen.G beat Gen.G. It's happened. There are occasions this has happened.
Yep.
But don't try and be Gen.G, okay? That is the worst thing to do against Gen.G, because Gen.G are more Gen.G than you are Gen.G, and they'll just out Gen.G you. So
You just need to be the best DN freaks that you can be. Don't be an attempt at a Genji.
And you know, that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to win this series, but a game goes a long way when you're currently at minus 18 game score.
Yeah, I mean, any upward momentum would be good.
The less down
definitely
we
be
go.
good.
So we'll see what they can do. They are on blue side again in this situation. Ultimately, I don't think, you know, there was a couple of things I wasn't super keen on in the draft, but I don't think the draft was a problem at all. So we'll see what they manage here. It's going to be Vice Edge, Calista again banned away.
Yeah,
James Pantherundable again. This time, though, looking at that Azir, and the Taliyah's gone from Fearless. So don't have that to counteract. And also the Corki as well, another pick that you could definitely see Chovy picking into the Azir, has been taken off the cards. Looking for a Neferi as one of those priority junglers remaining.
Yeah, Neferi Ahri could be the rotation here. We've seen that be the most common pairing. I would prefer Neferi Akali, just because that'd be fun. But I'm not entirely sure what Chovy wants to do, and it looks like the Ahri is going to be the way, sticking to the meta. And maybe you can't really blame him. Look, he's Bedge. It's a bit Bedge.
Maybe if he was Zeka, you'd be getting the Akali.
Yeah.
But Chovy, you know...
They haven't been doing very much ego drafting over the side of Gen.G. You know, they keep it business.
Yeah.
No matter what.
I think as well, that's more what we get from HLE, doing a little bit of that. We do see the Wukong, not too much of a surprise, given how we've gone down the priorities in terms of these junglers. Sion going to come through, though.
Oh, Keen, you got that cat in you? Well, we're just going to get out of the draft completely. So never you mind. What's your favorite Mel Brooks movie? Do you want me to give you some options?
Okay.
So there's Robin Hood Men in Tights.
Yeah.
Spaceballs.
Yeah.
Blazing Saddles.
Mm-hmm.
And there was another, The Producers, I think is what it was called. It was also a Broadway play for a while. Pretty sure that was Mel Brooks.
Gonna go with Spaceballs.
Spaceballs? I still think that Men in Tights is my favorite. Carrie Yules, you know, from Princess Bride.
Yeah.
He was like the greatest heartthrob in comedies because he was just so dry, so incredible. It's like you never really knew whether it was a joke, but it was. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Dave Chappelle's best.
I feel like we've taken a lot of inspiration in our casting with that.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Let me know in chat whether you guys have a favorite Mel Brooks film or whether there's ones that I've missed, because I obviously miss out on a lot of them. Going back, if you watch the Pog State, you'll know I get called out quite a bit. But Men in Tights, oh man, what an incredible film. I had it on DVD, and that DVD got used so much that it didn't work in the end.
You know, the younger generation just not going to know that feeling.
I know. Well, I mean, I've realized that, like, do people even know what a VHS tape is? As we're back into the draft, that might save me from the old. And he does have the cat in him. We've even got all these bands done. Okay, so never mind. It wasn't a redo on the draft. We just left, and we just spoke about Mel Brooks for a bit, and then we came back. And it's Ruler playing Ezreal, and we've got the top lane Nidalee into Sion situation. It's not Zeus, but it is Keen, and I'm still scared for the DN Freaks.
It's a great Ezreal spot, you know, into Wukong, into Sion, into Azir. They really pose a limited threat into an Ezreal. That Arcane Shift given so much value.
True.
A hard team to pin down. Those are 4 champions. If I'm playing Sion, I'm kind of scratching my head at how I'm going to actually connect my Q onto them.
Oh, Young Frankenstein is what I missed. I am sorry, everyone, but I'm glad that I'm sticking to my ways. And back into the thing. We do have Berserker playing the Lucian. We saw the Braum work out for Beryl earlier on today. Life going to try his hand at that particular combination.
Strong front line for the DM Freaks. A lot of bulkiness, a lot of tankiness. But yeah, I think Gen.G, you know, they have the lane matchup in the top lane they're pretty happy about. Very hard to pin down some of these carries. But to be honest, I don't think it's a draft that I feel really bad about for DM Freaks. I think it's very playable. But again, if I felt more favorable at the Game 1 draft, and that didn't go well.
Yeah, this is the problem, is that I'm not willing to believe anymore, because we were, like you say, feeling okay about it last time around as well. Coach Kim, no stress at all.
I will say that the one concern I have is the Braum. Like, yes, you can block things, but it doesn't really help with getting on top of these sort of mobile, longer range picks.
You do have Engage Sion, so you don't need to worry about Engage Braum, so that could be good.
If there's a scenario where Chovy gets hit by a Sion ult, right? Not like, oh, he's being CC'd by other things and then the Sion ult hits. Just like Sound comes charming and off the rip, Chovy gets hit by it. I will eat Degon's giant hat he had in the space.
Oh my goodness, that's a lot of hat that you'd have to get.
That is a lot of hat. That's like a full...
Do you get to cut it up or blend it?
I'll take it home and I'll put it in the fridge and
all right.
I'll split it up for but that's more than a meal with a hat.
Okay, sort of like that guy that said that he ate a carb, but he did it by eating it in microdoses across a very large period of time.
Microdosing is a solution to everything. Just like, what was it? So like,
I think there's a Guinness World Record for a guy that ate a carb.
That's crazy.
I think that is.
It just shows. What
or someone said that as a joke, and I believed it.
It's like someone who said they were firing smaller caliber bullets into the leg to build up resistance.
That does not. That sounds like
it ended in a hospital trip. So.
I could imagine.
Yeah.
Thankfully, they made it to the hospital. As we are going to get onto the Rift here for game number 2. We'll see what the DN Freaks can do it. All right, so Twitch chat is trying to convince me that it was a plane and not a car. So I feel like I'm getting even more baited this time.
Yeah.
Or like maybe they just wanted to one-up the car guy, as now Duro's coming on over. Berserker is able to just get away, so he's just going to be fine.
The thing is, well, I assume it would be a smaller plane. You know,
we're still on that. Yeah, I think that's the more important debate to have.
You're not eating an Airbus.
Yeah. Yeah, like what kind of, like, is it a paper plane? Because like I could do that right now.
No, I feel like it'd be one of those, you know, like small little solo pilot, you know, those light little,
that's
light
cheating.
planes.
You know, that sounds like that's entree.
Yeah.
Oh man. What about an aircraft carrier? No, that's a boat. That's a boat. That's different. That's carrying the planes.
Well, we've talked about the prospect of the air and the air and the car being eaten. What if they're into seafood? You know.
True, you know, like maybe just that would be a better one if you've got a different idea, and it's a big undertaking. You know,
that's
you
the
have
question.
to be
Was this the first one he ate, and he was like, "I'm doing it specifically for the record," or does he just eat them, and then he was like, "Well, I guess I'll collect the record now."
Yeah,
know?
Maybe they offered him the record afterwards.
Yeah, maybe it's like.
Maybe you just want to, like, sometimes you just want to be the one person that's done a thing.
They're like, "Congratulations, that's a Guinness World Record for eating a plane," and he's like, "A Guinness what now?" Got a mouthful of wings.
Yeah, he's got like the propellers going in. Oh no. Okay, well, Chovy and Bulldog are laning to bring it back to the game just for one moment.
This should have been on topic if there was Cho'Gath and a Corki, you know?
I know, we should have actually, should have done the last game. At least we got halfway there.
Yeah.
Whoa. No, never mind. We're not going to go there. Okay, Pyoshik walks over, I think, some vision moving down towards his bottom side, but it looks like full clears are just on the way. Both of them going to be ending up here on this bottom side of the map, though, as we've got Duro and Ruler pushing up into Life and Berserker. And DN Freaks, come on. We just, like, it's already been broken, right? We're not going to get the full 6 gamers over and over again because DK won a little bit too comfortably against BNK earlier on today. But DN Freaks wanting to continue on the upward trend, right? This game number 1 really was not giving us too much hope. Neither is this top lane situation. As Keen doing that thing where he just takes grasp stacks over and over again as Duro makes his way in. That is a lot of power. Decent answer back, though, onto the now very squishy Rel after the Aftershock wears off.
Yeah, I don't think engaging into the Braum Lucian is how you really need to play this lane out. It's one of these situations where they can't engage on a U, and Ezreal can kind of just chill and poke. And then if anyone ever dashes forward, that's when they get punished. So Duro testing that and finding the answer very convincingly.
Yeah, let's see whether he's actually learned from that one or whether we're going to be crashing down once again as Ruler able to Arcane Shift away. And it looks like they are just going to go for a recall.
Yep.
Lane not in the best of spots, but
it's not going to freeze, and it looks like DNF is just going to push it out, so it's pretty fine overall. Dudu having an unfun time.
Yeah.
I honestly, you know, I'm going to say it, I don't even think the Scion is like that awful into the Nidalee with regards to stuff you can pick, because at least you're useful later. You can weather the storm. And like the example we got was Zeus into Rich, and he just didn't hit the wave, right? We all remember that.
Yeah.
Like there isn't many picks that you're going to be able to take into the Nidalee that are going to be fun. But I think there's picks that are a lot worse than Scion, where like you actually you're playing a pick that wants to get the ball rolling and you just don't get to play the game. Like, you're not going to be able to do anything to Nidalee or Sion, but if you play it well, you're not going to die.
Well, we can see here that Kingen and Zeus have both been running amok on this one, as Keen might just get solo killed. Does have the Primal Surge, though, so he is not actually going to get solo killed. I got baited there a little bit because I was a little worried.
I think Dudu might be a little bit in trouble.
Yeah.
There to help him out. It's actually important that he got that trade on the Keen, because now it's... I think Keen's a little low to go for this dive.
A little bit harder to dive. It is Canyon on Neferi, though, so he does have the ability to say, I don't really care about turret aggro, but there are no minions. So just Keen farming more grasp stacks. Dudu wanting to go home. Get me the heck out of this lane, please. As Canyon gonna wait for the back to come through. Dudu canceled it.
What?
Oh no. Oh dear. Well, Dudu is dead, ladies and gentlemen. Canyon going to pick up the turret aggro. A couple more might be taken here as Canyon's gonna have to get out of there. Keen doesn't get the turret back though, and now Dudu is just kind of walking around wondering when he's going to die. The answer is not yet. A plate goes over to Keen, and Genji's still kind of happy with it, but Dudu will survive.
I really thought Pioshik just betrayed his top laner, but apparently he was like, you got this, bro. You're good.
And Dudu did.
Yeah, a lot of trust. More trust than I had.
Yeah, me too. It's still kind of a disaster, as we can see. 17 CS is the gap. As Spear connects, Pounce going to come through. See whether the takedown is actually going to be enough here, as Keen doesn't have a whole lot of health. So Dudu does have the ability to outplay this.
Yeah, you can see he's trying to bait out the shield and try to find an opportunity just to finish him off. But Dudu does manage to survive. Will recall now and TP back in. Again, down in farm. This is how it's always going to go into the AD Nidalee whenever you're playing a melee champion. But it's a Sion. You're a lower economy top.
You don't care, yeah.
You don't, well, care a little.
Yeah, a little bit.
You don't care as much.
It also, like, I feel like it would be bad enough if you're just, like, getting out farmed and harassed, but it's ever, like, look at those grasp stacks, man. Doesn't it get to you?
A little bit, yeah.
It gets to me. Like, I see it and I'm like, you can't do anything about it. And Dudu wants to stack his as well. And it's just not really a thing. As Pioshik, he's actually spotted here, as the Rel also pops out of the fog of war. Now going to go for the flash engage! Pioshik, no chance, although he's able to get the Warrior Trickster off, gets himself out of there. Life might be in trouble as Ruler is going to dash forward, but it is just going to be Genji saying thanks for the leash. And True Shot Barrage just to make sure that there's no one hiding in the shadows. So there we go, Genji going to be able to grab that first objective. Dragon going over their way, and no first blood just yet.
A little bit for them. Oh, Bulldog.
Okay.
Yeah, it says here. A little bit of an ambitious Dragon take from Pioshik there. Didn't really have the setup to go for it, and Genji set a pretty nice trap. Don't manage to finish off the Wukong, but do manage to pick up the Dragon themselves, and they will definitely take that now.
Isn't it cute that Keen's using Canyon skin, but they're in a different lane?
Yeah.
Kind of like that on the same team.
Showing a lot of respect.
Yeah. Oh, and it's like they're cats and dogs. This is the cats and dogs matchup.
That's cats, dogs, and foxes?
Oh, man. It's a menagerie. Cats, dogs, foxes, metal legs.
Oh, on the other side,
metal horse. On the other side, there's a horse?
They have a beard and a monkey on the other side?
Yeah. Oh, man. It is a bit of a menagerie style of composition. Unfortunately, you know, Lucian and Braum just people. And Sion is kind of like, I don't know, the creation of someone. Bit of a Frankenstein-y type situation. Wasn't it Swain? Was it Swain in the lore made Sion? Trying to remember. It was one of the Noxian bad guys.
I don't know, and also, it's hard to know, right?
Well, like, what is even true anymore?
Yeah, they changed a few things recently.
Well, Life is just going to wander in and just show Canyon the chimney. Canyon says, do you have Smite, though? And he says no.
Because wasn't it, didn't Jason Victor originally make Blitzcrank, but that's not a thing anymore? Or maybe it is, or I don't...
They might have made him in a different dimension.
You know what? I used to know what the lore was, and then they kept changing the lore, and now I don't know what the lore is anymore.
Well, you should have just paid attention as it was changing, you know? That's,
you know what?
I don't know what to tell you.
We haven't read out lore on stream very much recently, and that's probably why.
Yeah, there is actually maybe room to get some lore in this particular matchup.
She was on the show yesterday when KT
Hey,
won.
that's true. That's true. She wished me a happy birthday today as well.
That's really nice.
It's all right. Life, we'll just tell Duro to leave and stay in the brush. Life enjoying it there at the moment. Zerker actually farming quite well, but Ruler is going to take a fair bit of damage. The Shattering Strike just a little bit too good. So the disengage.
Oh, Berserker just missed a cannon.
Oh, dear. Oh, and Ruler's going to get his as well.
That's
to add insult to injury. All right. Maybe it's not lore time, though, because it's not, you know, it's only 500 gold. Yeah, there's a dragon, and there's some grubs that went over to Gen.G, but there's at least one grub for the DN Freaks.
Yeah.
And there is a Hex Flash, because Duro can. Shattering Strike's pretty good there as well. As the dash forward, crash down is good. As Trisha Barrage comes in, Arcane Shift actually picks up the kill. That is novel. And Life is also now dead. Yep, that's the kill going on over. So a double kill in 2v2, not too bad there for Ruler and Duro. As Keen getting pushed away. He might be dead, does manage to surge himself back up to some health, and then just pounces his way out. Gershik now is going to die as Canyon throws the ulti in, and Dudu not going to have the damage to stop him. And he's just pretty sticky on this doggo. Still, the turret not going to be enough for, sorry, not going to be something that Canyon can fight against. Bulldog gets a plate, but it is, I spoke too soon.
Yeah, or maybe you spoke at the right moment, because that was the last moment you could speak about that.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
So whose lore do we want to learn about?
Okay, Chovy is not going to quite find the charm. Maybe it's not time yet. Maybe, well, like, when is the time to bring out the lore in this series?
You're the lore master, you're the expert, it's your birthday as well.
Oh, that's true. Do I just get to decide the timing on everything?
Yes.
Oh, wow, that's actually pretty cool. That's, I feel like I'm being given too much power here.
It's one day. Well, what's the worst you can do in one day?
Oh, is that a challenge? Oh, dear.
Okay.
All right, let's have a look at this. This is like, as I was talking about it being an even game, the caster curse comes in, and I need to apologize to the DN Freaks.
Yeah, Duro baits in Berserk, and as soon as he dashes in, goes for the CC chain. And because of the CC initially, Life can't get the shield up in time to block Ruler's ult. And just easy cleanups. Lucian Braum into Ezreal. Rel, you really should not be getting 2v2 by like that. That was just an outplay from Ruler and Duro.
Oh, Keen was just trying to avoid getting crashed into. Look at this. Hops out of Cougar form, gets the tiny little Primal Surge that does not really do too much.
It's like 20 HP at one point.
Yeah. Frustrating there for the DN Freaks. You can see the fans feeling the same way. One objective, and then Gen.G will have cooler shoes. Or not yet, because of course there aren't any Stage 2 boots completed yet, but Dudu is just farming behind the turret. He's like, if in doubt, boss, let's go. And Keen, not actually too psyched about that. Would prefer it if the Scion was actually honest laning. So this is kind of cute. Dudu actually figuring it out. He picks up another one. If it, you know, keep him guessing. Which turrets am I going to be in between?
It's easy strategy. No grass stacks for this, Nidalee.
Nope.
Well, other than like the 100 you've had already.
Yeah, yeah. But not anymore.
Yeah.
Look, there's a cannon.
There's a cannon.
There's a pedal.
Oh, he's not going to be able to get there in time. He can't TP to pick it up.
Keen, get the pedal. We can see it on the minimap. He gets the pedal. Gorgeous.
Nice.
Look at that.
And that is that only pedal.
Oh, Duro could be in a little bit of trouble here. Does get divided emperorally. Not sure about that one. Flash over the wall though from Duro gets him out, but still, that is a long cooldown.
Yep. Does unlock his Hex Flash though, again.
Oh, true. Maybe it's just a positive. That's why he's emoting.
Yeah, he knows.
Oh god. That's cooldown optimization there from Duro. Here on Gen.G. There's Canyon. Just getting into position to try and make something happen, perhaps, as Dudu. He just wants to get to his turret, guys. And you know what? He'll get there. Charm comes on through. Trophy picks up turret aggro. And Duru's coming on in. If this doesn't work, then you just invite the metal horse. And Dudu goes down.
Oh, wait.
Oh, Duro is going to get taken out. It's a 1-for-1. And Dudu is a happy zombie.
I think Canyon getting aggro there would have been optimal, since you can drop it with a W, but also he has Shojin. He's actually pretty tanky already for an Theory. But, so an answer back, I think Dudu's pretty happy with that one, all things considered. Pretty hard to avoid dying in that gank, but at least getting something back is nice.
Certainly is. As that is feats of strength going on over to Gen.G. You can see Chovy with his Boots of Lucidity upgraded somewhat now as well. And he's going to be able to take down the first turret. So theoretically, a full monopoly on the feats, but we don't see the first turret one going on over. I kind of would like it if you still saw it. Even though feats of strength are done. Like, I hate that it sort of stops counting them, because I like knowing who gets the first turret, you know?
Yeah.
It's kind of cool.
I mean,
I get to see it this time.
We can't just see it's Gen.G for the first turret.
Well, I mean, that's only because DNF have no turrets taken. As soon as they take one turret, how are we supposed to just know?
I can remember things that have happened previously.
Oh,
I guess for someone tuning in, you know.
Yeah, exactly. You know, sometimes you need to go up and get a sandwich, and then you come back and there's 1-1 on turrets, and you're like, who got the first one?
True.
So there we go. There's my little bit of feedback here. And it's my birthday wish. Can we just have first turret remain in the game?
Okay, I mean, you got the barrel interview on the space.
Actually, yeah, my birthday.
You know, how many birthday wishes do you want?
Yeah, no, that's my bad. I don't want to be greedy. All right, crash down onto life as the door is there, but he can't put it all around him, unfortunately, and so he's just dead. Ruler going to be able to pick that one up, taking down his former teammate.
Yeah, you don't want to sound like Dudley Dursley.
No,
Last year, I got 37 birthday wishes.
Oh, that's true. Man, that frustrated me when I was a kid reading that book. I was like, 37's enough. I'd only complain if I had 23. All right, Canyon going to be taking the Rift Herald as the entire map belongs to Gen G is what it kind of feels like right now. 4,000 gold plus is actually the lead. And there are bounties up already. Yeah, it feels like the game wasn't that doomed and then became really doomed.
Yeah.
All right, so Law, let's see where Sion comes from, shall we? So you take care of the play-by-play whatever's happening. We do know that.
Oh, Reptile's gonna go in, big slam. We'll see if they can get another charge.
Oh, beautiful stuff.
Oh, Charm comes through. It is shield up Rom, so a bit of a struggle, but more damage coming in. Will jump away and survive that. Ult comes in from Kyoshik. Managed to get some damage down, but a disengage from Gen G keeps him safe.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to stop you there. He's a little too talented, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm getting jealous, so I might need to keep focusing. No more play-by-play for you, Daniel Orcs Harrison.
I've stepped over a line on your birthday as well.
On my birthday, just making me look bad. And all I wanted to do is provide you with some lore.
I'm sorry.
Not fair at all. Oh, very nicely done, though. Really glad that we had someone to step in there while I was focused elsewhere. Apologies to G-Sun. I will pay as close attention as possible. Now we've got people going for a reset, and so I will go back and just try and have a look to where Swain actually is right now. So take it away, Orcs, as we're going to have the replay break down your beautiful play-by-play from before.
Yeah, a bit of charging coming in, trying to find some more, but it's just difficult really to make any of the damage stick here. Again, this is kind of the problem with the composition from the DM Freaks, is that Gen G are so slippery. Every single person on that team has a dash in that kit, and right now with all 5 of them having flashes, there's no easy option to take out.
Well, Dudu doing some honest laning once again, but does have Bulldog alongside him. See whether they can get themselves some of this bounty gold. It looks like Keen will be giving this one up. And Chovy, only a Sun Disc to deal with there towards the bottom side. Ocean Soul, not exactly the most pivotal, as Duro realizing that he has to get the heck out of there, but Concussive Blow's not going to work out. And Arula just denying as much farm as he possibly can as he takes down an inner turret. Emperor's Divide finds the air.
You know, you miss every shot you don't take.
Yeah, and you missed the ones you miss as well. Did you know that?
Man, the DM Freaks need to be hitting some shots.
Oh, dear. All right, did you know that Sion was a brutal warlord from a bygone era?
Well, I kind of...
That sounds like Mordekaiser as well. Why does everything go back to Mordekaiser lore?
I tend to let bygones be bygones, so I didn't know that, but thank you.
Do you let them do that in an era, though?
Sure, I'll allow it.
All right. Okay, he was revered in Noxus for choking the life out of a Demacian king with his bare hands? My goodness, this is kind of brutal.
I didn't know Sion had bare hands.
And then he was resurrected to serve his empire once more, but who was he resurrected by? That's the question. I don't know. I'm going to have to read about Swain, see whether it tells us there.
I thought Udia was the character with bare hands. I didn't think Sion had bare hands. That's what's so...
Oh, sorry. I just left. I could have checked the spelling. I just didn't really see it there. Oh, no. I tried to get to Swain, and then I got a 404 error. Oh, no. The lore's getting retconned as we speak. Oh, no!
It's a Noxian plot to hide all the lore, you know?
Oh,
they're
come back!
More devious.
Swain! I just want to know. Oh, there he is, there he is. Oh, my, no, it's actually gone. It's actually, he's being retconned right now. I cannot access it. I cannot access the file. We need to get to the mainframe. Do you have any hacker friends?
Of course I do. I was born in the 2000s.
Everyone's a hacker these days.
Well, I was born in the 90s, but I was alive in the 2000s, you know?
So was I.
Yeah, but that, that was the big thing back then.
Yeah,
anyone in a hoodie was a hacker.
I know. And it's like the Die Hard films all just turned into like, you just need to have a hacker.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just like old people being annoyed at computers. I love it.
Just typing and then, I'm in.
Uh-huh. Oh my God, so much of that. I was actually thinking about that the other day. I was like, the word hacker is just kind of annoying now.
Yeah.
Because I was watching there's a film recently came out. It's got a lot of incredible actors in it, done by the same people that did Kingsman. And I think they say hacker in that. I'm like, it just feels weird.
Yeah.
The word hacker right now.
Oh, but then they're going to do that thing they did with the zombie films.
Yeah.
Where they don't want to say hacker, so they say
something.
With.
Yeah, okay. Oh, we've got a team fight. That's a nice Magnus Storm here from Duro. Shattering Strike, a lot of value. No one dead just yet, but in and out goes Gen G. As True Shot Barrage doesn't find the mark. Canyon is just going to cut them down, though, and my God, the blender that is Gen G is pretty frightening. And it's not even like good news for Dudu, who's outside of the fight. He's dealing with Keen this whole time.
Kind of just decimated them. Yeah, Dudu, he's just having his own little time against the Nidalee. Not too fun, but more fun than the rest of DNF are having. Yeah, they did that with zombie films. I think the market got a little... Oh!
Okay, there's a crash. All right, King gonna get knocked up. Remember, he can just pounce away.
Yeah.
At any time.
Oh,
and
yeah.
he does. Dudu could have flashed after him, but he didn't know it was there.
Get the follow, and also Keen has flashed, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like the market got a little oversaturated, so they started calling them, like, walkers and...
Yeah.
Like, all sorts of different... Just anything but saying the word...
Yeah, it's like you couldn't say zombies because they were trying to make, like, realistic zombie films.
So I feel like they're going to end up doing that with Hacker, where they're going to be like...
Computer find your outer guy.
You know, they use that. That'd be peak, honestly.
What about E-Detective? We're going to need an E-Detective for this one. It's Veronica Mars's daughter that's going to do it. Veronica Mars, fantastic show, but definitely is a little bit older, and it probably would be an E-Detective that they'd need now as Chovy over the wall. A bit of a jump scare there for Life, who is just dead, ladies and gentlemen.
Interesting, his name is Life, and yet he has the most deaths.
Huh, ironic.
Yes.
Some could say. As Dudu, roaring like a Slayer, but he's otherwise not going to find too much. It's a 2-level lead here for Keen.
He's kind of vibing, though. I'm going to be honest. Dudu on his Scion, if you ignore everything else in the game, he's having a good time, you know? He's just kind of walking up the Nidalee and saying...
Holding his own.
Yeah.
Spinning around. Look at that.
That's aura right there.
Yep, he's
got places to be.
Oh, he's starting a team fight. Let's go. Okay, never mind. Not starting a team fight.
He's like, I'm the carry, guys. Don't worry. I'll be there in a second.
Well, he gets a shield. Look at that. Perfectly utilized the shield to absorb Ruler's damage.
He does have an unending despair. Like, the healing value you get from that would be pretty good if the fights went over in 3 seconds.
Yeah. All right, well, there's a flanking teleport from a Nidalee. I don't know necessarily what that means. But with the amount of money Gen G has, probably not great things for DNF. As Life, okay, avoiding a fair bit, but will get charmed up. There's Orbit Deception there as well as Canyon and Keen. Oh, the cats and dogs are so incredibly frightening. There's the first kill, and there's a whole bunch more as Ruler is just going ballistic. The doggo as well. Dudu is trying to run away. He liked it more when it was the 1v1 against the Nidalee in a side lane. As he's like, yeah, is this what's been happening around the rest of the map? Oh dear.
This is just pristine top lane experience. You get counterpicked by a ranged top laner that you can only describe as cringe. After playing your lane out as best you can, trying to pick up some farm, you realize the rest of your team is a combined 0-13. And the game is just over.
It definitely is just over. I think, is it Kion that came up with Firewall Tickler as a hacker name?
Lord of the Pings is
Lord of the Ping. Digital Locksmith feels a bit real. Actually really like that. Kion, that's some good stuff.
We should pitch this.
Charm gonna come on through. Emperor's Divide doesn't do enough because the Nexus explodes. And Gen G will pick up the 2-0 to round out the day.
We're just giving this out for free. We should pitch this, honestly.
Yeah. Because you came up with it. We do need to find more ways to say hacker that are kind of cool.
Yeah.
You know?
I do like all of those. Firewall Tickler.
Firewall Tickler is fantastic.
Okay, well, I need to focus for a second. Thoughts, feelings.
Who's going to pick up the POM for this particular one?
You know what? I'm not going to go with the easy answer, which is it's like default.
The when in doubt?
I'm not going to go when in doubt because I think everyone played pretty good.
Yeah, but then who stood out? It can't be King because he got solo killed.
Yeah.
Ruler played pretty well.
Ruler did play pretty good.
Duro had a great series. Maybe it's just a when in doubt Duro.
I think it might be Duro.
Yeah, I think it's a when in doubt Duro. 100%. 100%.
I'm locking it in.
Yeah, ship it. I think it's fine. I think that's the way to go. I think Chovy, there might be some Chovy Rob
the thing is,
in the chat, but still.
When it's easy, it's Chovy.
Yeah.
When it's hard, it's also kind of just Chovy. That's just how it goes, you know?
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason why he's on 800 points right now.
Yeah.
You know? And no one's catching up to him.
The thing is,
Ruler gives us the wave.
It's just one of those things where you can't really fault someone for voting for Chovy.
No.
Because he's usually just very solid. But I think everyone had a solid... I think the point about Keen getting solo killed fair, but I don't think anyone really had a bad series today.
No, I actually think Ruler also had a really, really good performance.
Yeah.
Bows to the audience there as well. But I feel like it's getting just easier and easier to be Ruler. Because Duro's just getting better and better. The rest of the team also just playing really well.
This is something I said, that I was so ready for the Duro arc. And I was so ready to see this guy over the course of the year gradually improve with Gen G, and by the end of the year, he could be one of the LCK greats.
Is this another Gotcha Chronicler moment?
No, he just speedrun it. He just did it so quickly. It's just
it was a little bit too early.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's not even, like, I'm not saying that like it's just happened. He's been this way for a while now. He really he did the full arc, and now it's just filler, right? It is just filler. Yeah, yes, he's good. We know he's good. They'll show about him beating some easy opponents, because right now, everyone feels easy to Gen G. He's just... But yeah, like, you know, I think the thing that really tells you is that he's getting heavy praise from Wadid.
Yeah.
Wadid, as a former pro support, can be pretty critical. You know, it's like Huni can be critical of top laners. So the fact that, like, Wadid is being so sincere and genuine and saying, like, this guy is really impressing me. Not just he's playing well, he's really impressing me, shows the level of player he is. And the thing is, you can't make that much of a change that quickly. I think it's kind of showing that he was a hidden gem, and he's really shown what he can do with this roster, which obviously is fantastic. But
yeah, sky's the limit. My favorite thing with Duro is that when he made his debut, he was like, by the way, I'm going to be the next carrier. And he came out with all of that confidence very early on. And it's looking like he's definitely hitting some pretty high highs thus far. Of course, here today, bit of a victory lap for Gen G, to be perfectly honest. DN Freak's not able to put up too much of the defense, as this team are just very good.
They're laughing at Canyon.
We're having a giggle. And here's the Nexus going down as the Emperor's Divide comes in. They're like, oh, wait. Yeah, down it goes. And you can see some giggles, some smiles on the faces of Gen G as Ruler does so much damage in this game. And Keen's in Italy, passing the test here as well, utilizing his teammate's skin. It's very, very cute.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's one of these things where I don't think people particularly expected DNF to beat Gen G. I know that's crazy to say, but maybe this matchup was a little bit weighted towards one side more than the other. But you know, we've seen HLE have some failings recently. This team is just looking
there we go.
You know what?
0-1 and 26. That is a pretty support scoreline right there.
You know, whenever it's POM, I don't think we always get it right. You know, sometimes I see some of the votes, I'm not sure I agree with this.
Yep.
We did good today.
We did. It's a good day. Not bad. Pretty good birthday. And most of the time, I'm having a birthday in like a hotel room somewhere because it's MSI. And it's just really cool to have a birthday here with the LCK, with my family. It's amazing. And what a gift that we get here with Duro picking up a well-deserved POM. Amazing stuff. We get to have a chat with him now as well.
Yeah.
See what they're going to be able to talk to him about, whether he's got that pizzazz.
I need to do my comment, you know.
Oh yeah, you should do your comment.
Yeah.
What's your comment going to be?
Oh, I've got a good one. I think you don't like this.
Ooh. Okay, well, we're not going to read it out to you. You're going to have to stand by so that you can see the live comment when it does come up. So, Duro, looking forward to hearing from him. And Gen G, when do they actually get stopped? is Chronicler correct? Is it just KT or they're undefeated?
I think that it's looking pretty undefeated. We'll see what T1 can do. We'll see what happens in the H-League rematch because, you know, obviously they have been goofing around against some weaker teams.
Yeah.
But we'll see if they step it up against Gen G.
Yep, now it is time though to head over to the interview. So here is Duro.
Thank you very much and happy birthday, Atlas. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Duro on the side of Gen G. Congratulations! Gen G continues to march through their undefeated round. You've won all 13 matches in a row. How do you feel? You know, this is the first undefeated run that I am partaking in Gen G, and it makes me so happy. Yeah, so because everyone did so well, the POM votes are just all over the place. But in the end, you were selected as the POM. So did you expect this result? As of today, you know, I wasn't really expecting to get a POM today. So who did you predict to be the POM today then? I honestly thought maybe Canyon or Ruler, to be honest. What about Keen and Chovy? I feel like they didn't exactly carry their role out, you know, as one player of the team, so that's why. And so with today's victory, you have secured the top 3 LCK placement NA spot in Road to MSI round 4. So what do you think? You know, we already secured a spot in MSI round 4, and honestly, I feel almost numb. It's very surreal. And let's take a look at game 1. And even though the early game was tough in the top lane, Gwen's fluid movement led to her scaling very well to take control of the overall game. So what kind of calls did you make with Keen? You know, rather than making calls with Keen, I think we just tried to find the best possible action that we can take in the given situation. So yeah, even in the Void Grub team fight, the Alistar did such a great job engaging. So how did you find this angle? You know, Canyon actually was able to engage first, and I was just looking for the right angle and the right timing, and I just found the angle and just the right opportunity to go in, so I just tried to capitalize off of that. And looking at the game 2 draft, the enemy had a pretty tanky comp while Gen G had only Rel as their sole tank. So what was the team fighting plan? You know, actually, at the very end of the draft, we thought, wait, this comp is kind of weird, but since everyone was so good and we know that we do play out pretty well, we ended up just playing our own game. And as Gen G continues their undefeated run, what do you think is the key point for a dominant team's macro? I think it's just all of the individual players' influence on the game. And in LoLs, Chovy really wanted to see Duro's triple heart. So since he mentioned that he would love to see that, could you face the camera and give your fans the best triple heart? So on 3, are you ready for it? Yes, I'll do it. We'll take the mic from you. 1, 2, 3. First heart. Second heart. Wow, nice triple heart. Now, I'm sure Chovy would love this. What do you think he's gonna say? I'm sure he will say, thanks for the heart. It was entertaining. And your next opponent is T1 in a great momentum. So what is your resolution? There's also a very strong team. And even though we are undefeated, we have to make sure that we don't get ahead of ourselves and prepare very well in order to keep our streak going. And that's the end of the interview with Duro, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Ayaya, as it is Duro with the POM, a perfect 2-0, complemented by 3 hearts from Duro himself. Welcome back to the space as we break it down. It was a vote. Whoa, it's all over the place. I had no idea.
I'm normally, when in doubt, vote Chovy, but were we the baddies? Like, we just single-handedly decided to vote.
No, take a look. Down there at Soup, Media, yeah.
Only Keen not joining in on the party, unfortunately. Should not have gotten solo killed. Really, I think the difficulty when it comes to voting made sense. This was a team effort. It was a team-wide gap. It wasn't particularly close, except I guess Dudu did well, which is why Keen didn't get a vote. It wasn't even like Keen was playing poorly, right?
Yeah, I mean, the main reason why I picked Diro personally is that he denied their plays when they had a great opportunity to actually bounce back. So I feel like, I don't know what can I say for this player. I mean, at first, at the beginning of the season, I thought Diro, he's like still young. He can't really like grow up that fast. But right now, I mean, I have to send some respect. Like, he's so good at it. Like, he's so good at everything. But most impressive part of Diro is that he's actively calling out what he thinks is the best in game. So that's really impressive, you know.
Yeah, this is coming from the man that said, if I train for 6 months, I can re-debut as a support, which is why this is my POM comment, which if even Wadid says the support did well, I have no choice but to vote for him. It's like when Hooney says, this Rumble 5 out of 5, yeah, don't have a choice. Gotta follow.
Gotta follow the call there. Love the Duro spam. Duro period spam in the chat for Based Wadid. Now, Ox talked up his comment. He said it was gonna be good. Here it is. Opening the doors for Gen G like a digital locksmith.
Nice one.
It's a banger.
That's really good. I can't wait for the Korean broadcast side to try and figure out what that one means.
Yeah, I don't think they even know what it means.
Oh, man. All right, Helios going with Canyon here. Canyon, you can do whatever you want. Helios has been giving a lot of love to the junglers lately, right? It was yesterday, I'm going to go play Talon in the jungle. I'm going to go play J4 and jump over walls. Now another jungler here.
I mean, I feel like he's kind of toxic, you know? Like, that means that Canyon can do whatever he wants, but Helios, he cannot really do anything in solo queue.
Oh, Pony with the call out, denied POM again today. And in the last, like, 2 weeks, I think this is valid. I think Ruler had a really slow start to the year.
Yeah.
It really was very obvious that he was kind of getting back, but he was actually my second consideration. I think I was really contemplating voting for him as opposed to Duro, but I think Ruler is a vote that made perfect sense as well.
Yeah. And here's the last one here. Go with props to Duro. Props to Gen G for recognizing Duro's potential. Absolutely. Again, just the rise that he's had. I know we've hit on it multiple times here on the broadcast, but just going from that BNK Fearx team to now being plucked into this veteran-laden roster and fitting in so well.
Clearly, Gen G watches a lot of challengers, which I do think is a great choice. Because in challenge, he was really good, even though it wasn't on a very good team. And I can't wait to see Hayes and Duro at some point. That'll be a cool combo, you know? Double challenger bot lane.
I could see confidence in T1 game, and I could see consistency in this kind of series. So I feel like Duro, like, he's going to be the best.
The whole package?
He's going to be the best this year.
Yeah, he is. Let's take a look at the highlight here from that last game. In both the top and the bottom side, guys.
He's just hack splashing in front of their face. And he's baiting out.
Yeah, I don't know about that dash in Berserker. I know we've been very positive, but like that was not okay.
No, I mean, like, you know what? Like, Diro is just hack splashing in front of your face. Like, you gotta dash in, bro. Like, Diro
no, you
got
don't
some
gotta
tricks.
dash in, bro. Get out of here, Wadid.
I mean, he's triggering enemy players, right? Like,
clearly.
That's kind of mind game.
This is literally the absolute worst case. Like, it didn't even matter. Like, this game was not gonna be won. But the niddly top of top of all champions getting out there, if Keen dies, doesn't change the play at all.
No, nothing.
But, oh my god, it feels so bad.
Yeah, it feels so bad. They spent everything for their Sion, which makes no sense, and that kind of ruined the whole game plan for DNF.
Yeah, the good vibes for the win streaking DN Automotive Freaks now over. Back to reality. And I mean, it's always difficult against Gen G, but got some questions that they need to answer for the rest of the split. As we take a look at the standings after this one, they don't change because Gen G, they stay on top. DN Automotive Freaks, still 3 games back from the Bros, 2 games back from DRX.
Yesterday's graphic remains pristine. You'll love to see it.
Yeah.
Holding strong.
Now I'm more curious about how like the teams can defeat Gen G. You know, how can you actually like win against Gen G? I don't see any kind of ideas right now.
Like they're not gonna. I don't think they're gonna lose to T1. I don't think they're gonna lose to Hanwha. Obviously KT beat Hanwha, so now I'm like I don't know if that's gonna happen. But if Gen G don't get a perfect 18-0, I'm very confident it won't be a team that we're expecting. I don't know who it will be, but it's just that's always how it goes. Because these players are gonna bring their A game when they're playing against a top tier team. But maybe, just maybe, we literally have seen Gen G do this many times. Any top team does this, where they randomly just lose 2-0. Gen G did it, lose 2-0 to Bro, win playoffs. DK did it countless times.
I mean, we see Hanwha Life Esports do that way more than Gen G. This Gen G seems super focused, but
yeah, so did they last year when they lost to KT.
This is true. This is true. But 18-0 is still a whiles away. It's still 2.5 more weeks of games for Gen G away. And we have more games for you tomorrow as we take a look at the next matchup. It is the Saturday showdown of DRX versus Nongshim Red Force, and then it's bro time against a KT upset-minded team.
If only today was also 6 games, because let's be real, I'm looking at this.
It's gonna be a long day.
It's a game maxing day.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, I would have seen this. Nongshim would have 2-0'd, guaranteed. But Nongshim is kind of where DK was before. They're kind of free-falling.
Yeah.
I think they've looked way more shaky. And then KT versus Bro. KT has just beaten Hanwha Life. So
I think say something about the Bros, Connie. Say something about the Bros.
No, I mean you don't have to. Like it was implied.
I mean,
Bros are favored.
You should do it.
I don't really want
we can clearly see the possibility from both teams, from both sides, right? So I feel like this match, we can see how teams are like preparing for their last moment. Because I think this time around, you gotta win. You gotta win against those teams. Maybe you can be in a spot where you want to be in a Legend or Rise.
Yeah, all these matches matter as we get into rounds 3 through 5. All right, y'all, it's been a heck of a day here on Friday, and we have the Saturday showdown tomorrow. Make sure to stay for that tomorrow. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more great action.
이무기가 용이 되기에 필요한 여유주가 레이지필이었나요?
가져가자.
아우 레이지필!
DRX의 7연패가 이렇게 끊겨!
캡니다. 저 농심 레드포스의 로고에 있는 저 맥박이 그 어느 때보다 뜨겁게 뛰고 있습니다.
농심은 강팀입니다.
펜트킬 for the jungler of 농심 and there it is. 아니 쳤어요. 담장을 넘겼어요.
What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.